So there are some details about our procedure that people in the public may not be familiar with and are good reminders for all of us. I hope you'll be patient. If we do have some technical issues, we're still working out some of the bugs, but generally it's gone pretty well. First, the microphones and speakers for all the computers, tablets, and other devices in this room must be muted and turned off, or we'll get a lot of feedback. I'd appreciate it if there's some council members who are there on Zoom, or staff members who are there on Zoom this evening. I've heard a complaint that sometimes the sound is garbled, and if you can help us tell, just kind of note if there are patterns, particular people, distance from their microphone, if there's any sort of pattern, maybe we can fix that for the next meeting. So I just ask for your help out there in Zoom land to give us some feedback later this evening, or maybe when the meeting is over. Second, there's only one microphone picking up sound in this room, and that's the large white box in front of me here. Please speak clearly and with reasonable volume so that everyone on Zoom and in this room can hear you through that one microphone. There's no amplification of sound in this room. We don't have microphones, so it's important that anybody in this room speak loud enough for everybody on the other side of the room to be able to hear. That microphone up there is hot at all times, and it's very sensitive, so it's hard for council members and others attending on Zoom to hear if there's more than one person in this room speaking at any time, or if there's any sideboard comments, they get picked up, put on top of each other, and it's very difficult. In-person attendance by the public is limited to about 15 people. But we do have additional seating out in the library, or out in the lobby. There's a television out there that'll be broadcasting the meeting via channel 7 in almost real time. There is a bit of a delay of a minute or so out there. To slow the spread of the coronavirus, Governor Gianforte's directive from February 12, 2021 encourages all Montanans to wear masks or face coverings and to follow CDC social distancing guidelines and best industry practices. To that end, and for the time being, masks or face coverings are required for all persons attending the meeting in person, and council members and staff will do our best to comply with that rule. However, masks do make it more difficult to understand when someone is speaking, so a speaker may remove his or her mask if providing public comment at the podium or council members and staff are speaking from their seats. Since I'm often interacting with council members and staff, I hope that you'll forgive me if I don't always replace my mask immediately. The good news is that I and many of the other council members and staff, and presumably the public, have been now fully vaccinated. I encourage all members of the community to get vaccinated to protect themselves, others, and our economy. Lastly, about public comment, during any public comment period, I'll ask persons here in the library to go first and to use the podium in front here. You'll need to speak clearly and loudly, as again, there's no amplification in this room. And also, would you please write down your name? I think there's a sign-up sheet at the podium with your name and address, and that allows our clerk to get the minutes correct later. Persons who are attending virtually on Zoom need to register in advance following the instructions that appear on the cover sheet in the front of each City Council agenda. That agenda and that cover sheet is available on the city website. Anybody commenting will need to use the raise hand feature on Zoom to let the clerk know that they're ready to speak and that their microphone should be unmuted. People in this room will be able to hear but not see the person who is commenting via Zoom. Further instructions on how to attend virtually on Zoom are always available on the agenda cover sheet, or if you have questions, please feel free to call the clerk during normal business hours at 657-8210. 657-8210. With that then, if you would please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for the invocation by Councilmember Purington. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This was a prayer that I found early on after I was installed as a council member, and it is attributed to Mother Teresa. And I find it very touching for anyone that's in service. And we've had a lot of service with our law enforcement and other members this past week, and so I offer this one up. Dear Lord, the great healer, I place all things in your hands, since every perfect gift must come from you. I pray, give skill to my hands, clear vision to my mind, kindness and meekness to my heart. Give me singleness of purpose, strength to lift up a part of the burden of my suffering fellow men and women, and the realization of the privilege that is mine. Take from my heart all guile and worldliness, that with the simple faith of a child, I may rely on you. Amen.
Denise, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Yakowicz.
We're having problems hearing. Try again.
Councilmember Yakowicz.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Here.
Ewalt.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Shariki.
I am here.
Purinton.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
And Brown.
Here, bro.
Is Mr. Brown
I'm sorry,
here or excused?
Councilmember Brown is excused.
Thank you. And Mayor Cole, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our minutes for the 12th are pending, so we'll proceed immediately to council courtesies. Here, I'll just begin by recognizing, and Councilmember Purinton alluded to it in the last few days, we've had some serious events in our community that our first responders, our police department has been involved. Several people have died, and at least on my behalf, and I suspect the rest of the council, just want to extend our condolences. A lot of families have been impacted by those events. It's been a bit of a shock to our community. And also, our first responders have given a lot, and I imagine have been very much affected by these events. Not just our Billings Police Department, for which we send out our appreciation, but also the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office, the Montana Highway Patrol, the Department of Criminal Investigation with the Attorney General's Office. So to all those first responders and those families, you are in our thoughts and prayers. With that, other council members, do you have additional council courtesies? Councilmember Rotting.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I was asked to remind City Council that on behalf of Continuum of Care, they have invited us to join them for a night in the life of a person experiencing homelessness. This learning simulation will walk us through the steps required to gain access to safe, warm, and dry overnight shelter in Billings. Explore the variety of options available to serve people experiencing homelessness and demonstrate where gaps can sometimes exist. So far, myself, Councilmember Purinton, and Councilmember Boyette have registered, so they're asking for the rest, if you'd like to register, to please do so. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council courtesies? Councilmember Yakowicz.
If I'm correct, Councilperson Shaw, I believe your grandfather passed away. Our condolences.
I've lost 2 grandfathers in the last month.
Thank you for recognizing that, Councilmember Yakowicz and Councilmember Shaw. Other council courtesies? Any other council courtesies? If not, we'll move ahead. I'll also just, for the benefit of the public, remind the public, this is actually the second meeting for a lot of council members today. Many were involved in a settlement mediation earlier today, followed by an executive session, and then we have a work session after this meeting. So it's going to be a full night, and we'll try to move expeditiously as a result. We have no proclamations this evening. Council reports. Do we have some reports from organizations, boards that we serve on? Councilmember Cheriki.
I had a really good meeting recently with Mary Lee Odelson at the YWCA, and will be bringing forward a project with a few requests to City Council in the very near future. Basically, they're building an additional housing unit right there next to where they're at right now. So it's a very needed step forward for people who are dealing with domestic violence in their homes.
Thank you. Any other council reports? Councilmember Yakwich.
Bright Beautiful did awesome job. And Miss Joni Tooley led a great cause for Bright Beautiful. And thank you and all the citizens of Billings for their cleanup on the rims. We're all over the community, and also 5 boxes of prescription drugs was taken off the street during the Bright and Beautiful through the DEA.
And thank you to Councilmember Yakwich for his assistance with that drug pickup. Any other council reports? I'll mention Tuesday was the PCC Policy Coordinating Committee with the Planning Board President, County Commissioner Pittman, myself, and Rod Nelson. We had a presentation on the I-90 bridge and pedestrian options there. Council has received a number of communications relating to that. The rebuilding of the bridge is pretty far along, and Montana Department of Transportation is not very interested in putting in a pedestrian pathway along the I-90 bridge at this point. Later we had a phone call with Director Matt Long. I would not hold your breath for that, but the Montana Department of Transportation is very focused on the Highway 87 bridge as providing an alternative pedestrian access. And I've asked planning staff whether they can coordinate and act as something of a mediator between MDOT and citizens groups to focus that discussion as we look for ways to get bikers and pedestrians across the Yellowstone River. So just so you know, those discussions are ongoing. Anyone on the council that wants to participate is more than welcome to do so. Any other council reports? Don't see any, so we'll move on then to city administrator reports. Chris Kukulski.
Mayor and council, just a few brief items. First, a couple of ex parte communications that came in today after 3. The first from Diane Rudelbach, supporting the applicant involved in consent agenda 1F. And then the other is in support of consent agenda item 1K. That's the massage and spa facilities business license. Only other thing I'll mention with respect to time is that next Monday evening, Kevin will be covering. That'll mean you'll have a good, efficient, brief meeting. If tonight runs long, and we hope that we are able to get through both this agenda and the next one, I just put for you to contemplate between now and then. I don't think you should make the decision tonight or now, but if we end up running long, we could move that next Monday's meeting to next Wednesday and cover. There's a very light work session agenda. We could add the budget presentation to that night. Like I said, we're hoping to do it tonight, but just think about that over the next few hours. If we run late, I'd rather have you fresh for that presentation than to do it at 11 o'clock tonight and be exhausted. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we'll be able to move expeditiously and get all those things done. We'll move on then to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. Tonight, that is everything on our agenda with one exception, item number 2, which is the CDGB and home action plan. There will be a public hearing on item number 2 later. So if you'd like to comment on item number 2, wait, don't comment now. But if you'd like to comment on any of the items, that includes our agenda item number 1 and the consent agenda and any of the sub-items there, this is your opportunity to do so. So we'd ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. Write down your name if you're at the podium, and we'll look first to public comment here in the library. Go ahead and come to the podium and tell us your name and address, please.
There's no pin. Lori Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. I'd like to speak on the Bruce Avenue Street tonight. I'd like to clarify a few things that I've heard that we have not followed procedure in order to ask for TIF assistance on our street. We have done that for 10 years. We have done it every way we know how to ask for it. We've asked to submit an application. At one point, we have been denied continually. So I'm asking tonight for your support in voting for Bruce Avenue for the work order to be amended for the Hallowell project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, any other public comment on anything tonight other than item number 2?
Hello, my name is Tyler Cruz. I am a fellow neighbor of those gentlemen over there. I'm here to speak on the Bruce event. I have lived there for 4 years now, just bought the home. Currently, we do not have sidewalk and street. My children have to walk through puddles to get to the neighborhood, the park, anywhere for that matter. There is not proper drainage. I wish I could have took a picture this winter when it was pretty gnarly. There's no drainage, there's puddling. It gets pretty bad, and therefore our structures of the homes are compromised because the puddling is going towards the foundations. But for the most part, my children, the neighborhood children, don't have a sidewalk to walk down. They have to take the street to walk to the park just to play baseball. And I'm just hoping that this can get done in a timely manner. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. I stand in support of the amendment if presented to amend the work order to provide for the funds to do the necessary improvements on Bruce Avenue. So currently I think there's about $6 million of cash currently right now, cash. Another $1.5 million will come in second half taxes in the end of May. If you take out the 2.5, you still got $5 million left in cash after you do your Hallowell project. So money is not the issue. I don't know what the issue is. It seems to me so straightforward and so common sense that if you had any other town in this United States would see, we're just going to leave this little section when we have a like-minded construction project already going on. We're pouring concrete, we're doing paving. We're just not going to come down the street and deal with, as you can see in these pictures, these mud holes all over. You've got these kids and us, we're forced to either walk in the mud or you walk on the oiled street and you pack all that road oil into your house and down. I mean, it's just pathetic what we have, the conditions we're forced to live in when you have a funding source and you could just simply just finish this. Pluses for the city: no graveling, no road oil, no grading, and no cleaning out the storm sewer with the water jet, because all the gravel that you put on runs in the storm sewer, then you got to go blow it out. It wouldn't be uncommon for the council to add to a work order. You do it all the time. The city will come back and say, hey, we thought about this and that. Can we get a budget authority to do it? And you do it all the time. This would not be out of place. This is not a CIP. It's simply a maintenance project. The sewer is in. There are new water lines as of about 3 years ago. The only thing left to do is simply add some sidewalk sections and pave it. There's no water lines, no sewer lines. It's all done. We're asking no more than what has already been done. King Avenue East, 100%. Orchard, Calhoun, Newman, Streeter, first phase sewer, second phase sewer, that was all done at 100%. There was no additional funds required. You've seen what was promised early on, way back in 2007, that they were going to do the necessary improvements if we were put into the TIF district, and they specifically said when the streets like Bruce need to be done, money's going to be there, and we're going to do it. Well, what better opportunity than right now when you're already at the corner of the block? Look at the picture. The stop sign is Hallowell. That's where it's at. Look at the street. You've got two houses that don't have sidewalk, and you're going to just walk past it? I mean, this is amazing. This seems to be just straightforward, straight common sense that just needs to be done. I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Any other public comment from anybody here in the library about anything on the agenda tonight other than item number 2?
Hi, my name is Matt Lundgren, 2902 Minnesota Avenue.
I'm speaking in favor of the recommendation for item number 5 on the agenda. You'll have a presentation later by Wyeth Friday and Mehmet Casey of the DBA speaking about helping to fund the Montana Rescue Mission's new Unified Campus Project. As the director of the Rescue Mission, I just thank the council for their past support of what we've done. We were helping to end homelessness here in our community. And I know I have some of my colleagues via Zoom, but I just want to thank the council for your amazing work and what you're doing for our city, in particular helping the homeless and helping those as we work to better care for those in our community. So thank you very much, council. Once again, I'll have my seat. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. And I suspect the council might have some questions for you later. So if you're hoping to get off, go to bed. Yeah, I'd stick around. Okay, anything else? Any other public comment on any item side, item number 2, before we move to Zoom? What's that?
People in lobsters.
Okay, we'll check. Thank you. Go ahead.
Eric Hart, 2009, Patricia Lane, regarding the massage and spa ordinance. At the first reading, the City Council made a choice to bring in out-of-state testimony about this ordinance. The people that spoke gave incorrect information. Special investigators said there were no legitimate businesses on the website in Billings that Johns used to leave reviews, when in fact there are. The city administrator from Aurora said they had gotten rid of all illicit businesses, when in fact local massage therapists and the same website say they are still there. 8 council members listened to them instead of local massage therapists. 8 of you listened to car dealers, dental hygienists, and nurses, and not the local massage therapists. We have asked to be part of the solution so many times, but you made it clear we are not important enough to listen to. The City Council has been working on this for 3 years, and I will have a total of 9 minutes to present what I feel and try to explain how this will hurt legally practicing massage therapists. There is no way in 9 minutes I could cover everything. It takes almost that long to read the entire ordinance. What so many of the therapists have asked is why we are not allowed at the table. Yes, there was a meeting years ago that was open. The meeting did not go well. If a meeting does not go well, you do not stop inviting people to the meeting and push your agenda through unless it is truly political. This is not the car dealer ordinance, this is not the dental hygienist ordinance, but the Aurora, Colorado ordinance. And I would dare say it's not even a human trafficking ordinance, since those words are only used 2 times in the entire 16 pages. This is an ordinance to regulate massage and spa facilities. You know by the attorney letter and the possible amendments to come that this is not right. In 3 years, if you cannot get it right, maybe it's because it will never be right and it's time to let it go. A council member told me not to worry if I'm working past 10 and the cops get called. They're called all the time. This is not at all what I am saying. If someone is at my place late, I am all for the police checking in to make sure things are all right. I am not for being investigated during normal business hours because someone filed a complaint. That will lead to loss of business. And if you honestly believe what is typed on the first page of the agenda, you will vote no, because you know will hurt businesses.
Thank you. Any other public comment on any item besides item number 2 before we go to Zoom? Is there anybody out in the lobby? Brenda, could you ask? Because there is a bit of a delay. Go ahead.
I'm commenting on item 6, I think is the massage ordinance. 6?
Yeah, whatever, or item 5, I think.
I think the most discouraging and disheartening thing right now is I'm standing in front of elected officials for the second time to voice my opinion, and I know it doesn't matter. Who cares?
I'm sorry, could you give us your name and address?
I did. Kepi Wallace, 443 Broadwater, or Kepi Wallace Kerchak. On the 12th, I knew it didn't matter what I said. Tonight, I know it doesn't matter what I say. You're elected officials. You are to represent your constituents. You're to protect the small businesses within your community. That's not happening. We're being silenced. Doesn't matter. You listen to experts outside the community. How many of you contacted Craig Baum, Toby Bakima of DCI? Asked them, what's going on with human trafficking here in the city? They are the people involved in it. I did. I had conversations with them. Might not be human trafficking. Never met anyone under the age of 50. The age from the range from 50 to 60 years old. They pay their own way here. That's not human trafficking, that's prostitution. Although it be illegal and immoral, it's a consensual transaction. It needs to be looked at that way. You're regulating us on what someone else is choosing to do. I know other massage therapists have been nervous about even coming forward because they feel like it puts a target on their business. That's horrifying. The law-abiding shouldn't have to be afraid. My attorney wrote a letter. There are other ways to regulate this. Has anyone looked at that? Again, I don't think so. He said lawmakers are obligated to draft their work in such a way that narrowly prescribes the prohibited conduct and with the least possible infringement upon the rights and freedoms of law-abiding citizens. It is clear there was no attempt to narrowly tailor this ordinance. Instead, it seems that the City Council relished the opportunity to place an entire legitimate law-abiding industry under its control. The decision to do so is inexplicable. The other part that really bothers me is it keeps coming up, emotional virtue signaling that if you're not for this ordinance, you're for human trafficking. That's so untrue. I am a survivor of domestic violence. I would never support something that didn't protect women. I want to be protected, but I also want my business to be protected. I want the victims of human trafficking to be protected. We need to find a way that protects all of us and doesn't harm legitimate businesses.
Thank you. Next, any other comment on any item besides item number 2?
Hi, I'm Teresa Thermalin, 2725 Cornell Circle. First, I have to apologize for being so emotional last time. I have a disorder called Italian compression expression. But with that said, I'm going to say this again. Prostitution is against the law. Human trafficking is against the law. Massage therapy and what we do is not against the law. Please take the word massage out of this and do an ordinance and a law that gets rid of this horrible thing that's going on. Not once have I been contacted, known about any meetings, nothing. This ordinance should be, I have to tell you about 2 incidences in the past week. I've had the phone call, which I haven't had for over 6 years. What are your hours? What type of massage do you do? First sign, bad call. I had a gentleman on my table Saturday that horrified me, gave me the most, I had my son and my daughter outside because I was so afraid. My daughter came in and I have a bell that goes off. I went out, came back in, and he said, "Was that your next client already?" I said, "No, it's my daughter." "Is she staying here?" So once all these places are shut down and closed down, these calls are going to come into my office and all these other massage therapists' office for the people who are looking for those types of massages. I'm asking you to protect me. Make this a sex trafficking law, not against us massage therapists. I know that some of the other people have said that we're not educated. And I'm very hurt by that. I've worked hard to become who I am in my business, and so have these other ladies. I'm asking you, please, do not let this go through the way it's written. I am against this ordinance. Please have this a different ordinance under a different name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
Teresa Vondra, 321 Prospectors Lane. Speaking on item number 6.
And I apologize, is there a sign-up sheet up there? Is there?
There's no pen.
It passed around.
I did.
Okay, it's on the chair back there. Okay, so maybe
I
when you're
already
done,
signed up on
if you've
there.
testified, if you just make sure your name's on there, it'll help our clerk get your name.
I believe I already signed that, so. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I am obviously against the spa ordinance for multiple reasons. I obviously had called in via Zoom or had spoken via Zoom last time. Not only were my concerns not fully answered, but they were also joked about later on in the meeting. Just really inappropriate, uncalled for. You don't understand our businesses, mine specifically. I have online scheduler, and so I had asked about the situation of double books. There is no way for me to separate my clients' names from the services provided. So it's complete disregard that you guys have for our industry. Again, claiming that we are uneducated is just disrespectful. Saying that we're ill-informed. I've been trying to be involved with this for the last 3 years. Never once has anyone asked me to join the committee, to be involved in any sort of way. But I was asked to take one for the team. I think this is inappropriate. I think it's uncalled for. And I think there could be a way that we write this appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments? Any other comments on this item?
My name is Jennifer Roth at 611 Burlington. The supporters of the massage ordinance keep touting that this ordinance doesn't hurt legally practicing massage therapists. They say they don't understand why massage therapists are opposing it, that it's a minimal requirement to ask us and there's nothing unconstitutional about it. Well, let me tell you how most of us feel about this. First off, most of us aren't against the background checks, the additional licensing information, or the fingerprinting. We understand it, we get it. We are against the city intruding into our businesses illegally. According to the ordinance, the city may come to my business anytime without probable cause, a complaint, or a search warrant and look through the entire facility. Now, what other businesses are going to comply with that? I highly doubt any would. Are you willing to give up your financial records, your private information, and possible client information because it's tied to records of finance, notes, scheduling, and daily activity? I don't think any business is willing to do that, but you're asking us to do this. It's unconstitutional. The city stating, well, we won't come after you legally practicing massage therapists isn't enough reassurance. It needs to be in writing that searches and record requests should be based off of trafficking and prostitution violations, not just for shits and giggles. The statement that the ordinance sets legally practicing massage therapists above criminals and illicit sex parlors is not true. The ordinance treats us like criminals. We have to prove ourselves innocent by giving you all of our information, otherwise we are all assumed guilty. I've never been taught. I've always been taught that you are innocent until proven guilty. Apparently that's not the case here. Lastly, the statements that the criminals have been using the massage industry and tainting it, so we should be thankful your ordinance is setting legally practicing massage therapists apart from, is the most asinine one yet. Welcome to the party, you're really late. Sexual services and massage have been associated for the last 60 years, if not more. It's nothing new to us, and you'll never understand it until you are a practicing licensed massage therapist. The sexual advances, the assaults, the inappropriate touching, the lewd messaging and phone calls, and the never-ending jokes have always been a part of our industry. Does it make it right? No. But we've set ourselves apart from the illegal and illicit sex businesses. We are medical professionals, and they are not. Your ordinance is telling the sex workers and prostitutes to not be like that, but to be more like massage therapists, but they can't. They aren't licensed by the state, and if you assume they are, they're still illegally practicing because it's against the law to perform any sexual acts. If this passes, I will get the license because I'm required to, so I can continue my practice. I will do so under duress because I don't agree with this. I do not believe I should have to give you my financial information and my personal daily tasks. It's not called for. And I wanted to tell you, what you said in the first meeting was very inappropriate.
It does not start with a massage and a sex parlor. There's a difference between massage and rub down, and it was inappropriate what you said.
Thank you, Mrs. Roth. Any other comments? Any other comments?
Okay, Paula Larson, 1212 Grand Avenue, and I oppose this. Same thing, when I came last week, last meeting, I knew you'd already made up your minds before I even stood up and any of us came in and said anything. And then you proved it by your vote. You're not listening to the people. Obviously, all these people are coming out. That is what you are supposed to be doing. Without exception, all the clients that I have talked to in my business, which is what we do, we talk to people all the time, all of us. We have a huge network. Without exception, every one of them are against and opposed to this, even as clients. Obviously, clearly, I should say, everyone is against human trafficking. I mean, that goes without saying. So this past year, my confidence in elected officials is basically eroded to 0%. You need to start listening to the people that you represent. This ordinance is unconstitutional. It's violating legitimate private businesses' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments here in the library?
Mr. Mayor and Council, first of all, I'd like to say thank you guys for your service. This is actually my first meeting at the council. So my name is Jenna Carlisle and I live in Ward 3. And to begin with, I'm not saying that massage business owners are human traffickers. I'm actually a frequent user of massages. I find them to be very beneficial, and I'm a client of a legitimate massage company here in Billings. But for whatever reason, human traffickers have hidden within the massage industry, and we need to put a stop to illegitimate massage companies. There's lots of different things I know that you guys have looked at already in the ordinances, and I've read through it and I agree it is quite long, and I'm certainly not the expert. But I know all of you have done the research about this and that you're listening to the community, and that is appreciated. And I know that you do know the facts and you understand more than anything the situation that our city is in. And ultimately, I'm looking to you all as representatives of our community and of Billings. It's your responsibility to protect us and also to preserve Billings. So to me, it starts right here, right now. What can we control? We can control Billings, our area. And so for years, traffickers have enjoyed the benefits of having a perfect cover to engage in their crimes here. And but by passing this ordinance, we're sending a clear message. We're telling them that they no longer are invited to thrive and profit off the exploitation of others in the city of Billings. So they're just no longer welcome. And so I, again, would just like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? I think there are some people out in the lobby. Feel free to come on in.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Sanchez, Ironwood Drive. Human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. The illicit massage industry is the most prevalent type of sex trafficking in our country, with 9,000 businesses operating throughout the United States. Per capita, the illicit massage industry in Billings is comparable in magnitude to some of the worst cities in the country. This is unacceptable. And yet, there is a real lack of city resources to tackle this problem. Tightening up city regulations to address criminality is an innovative solution to a societal problem that could not otherwise be addressed. I'm sure we can all agree there is a need for the city to do something. These businesses are bad for Billings. They bring crime to the streets, they traumatize victims, and they pose a danger to our citizens. Consider our youth. The patrons of these sex trafficking businesses were once young, and at one time, they entered these businesses for the first time. One of my colleagues spoke with one of the DOJ officers responsible for instigating human trafficking. He has done many stakeouts of these illicit massage parlors, and he said, "You would be surprised at who is entering these businesses. Some of them are the kind of people you would think, but it's also young college kids, probably still living at home with their mom." Removing these illicit businesses from our town will make the consumption of women for sexual gratification less available to our up-and-coming generation. It is true, passing this ordinance will cause many of the businesses to simply relocate, but you are the ruling body for city matters in Billings. Your responsibility is to keep Billings safe. Your authority and responsibility ends at the city limits, and yet I would hope that the cumulative effects of passing this ordinance will be far-reaching. You are paving the way for similar legislation to be passed across the state and the country. And that way, collectively, we can make a significant impact on the illicit massage industry as a whole. This country must be working to reduce the supply of sex trafficking victims. Again, human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. It's extremely lucrative. We have to start somewhere, and the place you have the authority to start is right here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brittany Homer, 3031 Grand. I am Executive Director of End Exploitation Montana, and I have worked, studied, and volunteered in the field of ending human trafficking and other forms of sexual exploitation for several years. Human trafficking is occurring in the massage industry. I have so much compassion for the legitimate massage therapists who have been victimized by human traffickers, as well as the victims that are being victimized in the business, the illicit businesses. Due to a lack of regulation, their industry has created a refuge for human traffickers. Unfortunately, many industries also have bad actors that infiltrate them. The massage industry is not unique in this. However, these industries have upped their standards to fight against these imposters. Policies vary across industries, and those with the strictest policies are by far the safest. That being said, great care must be taken when crafting new laws to balance benefits and burdens. These regulations have been very carefully designed so as to affect legitimately practicing massage therapists as minimally as possible, while still effectively addressing criminal behavior happening within the industry. Many changes were even made based on feedback from licensed massage therapists. With the exception of the longer application and creating a simple record of the services they provide, I truly believe that very little will change for the massage therapists upon the passing of this ordinance. For those doing business legally, it will feel like business as usual. At the same time, it will have a significant impact on shutting down human trafficking within our city limits. Criminals follow the path of least resistance, and places with the weakest policies attract the most crime. That is why Billings has served as a safe harbor for these illicit businesses for 40 years. This ordinance is an effective strategy to strengthen our laws, empower our law enforcement, and protect our community while simultaneously elevating the massage industry. Healthcare is amongst the most heavily regulated industries because the stakes are so high. Having the privilege of working in healthcare does come at a cost, and one of those costs are the rules and regulations that create the high standard of care and safe environment for patients. Complacency perpetuates vulnerability. The unfortunate connection in the minds of the public between these illicit businesses and legitimate massage therapists is harmful to them and their profession. I have heard their heartbreaking tales, and I believe that this connection is responsible for it. Creating laws that will effectively remove the blight afflicting the massage industry is not only beneficial to our law enforcement and the victims themselves, but also to the massage therapists who serve us. This enhanced collaborative approach is a win-win for massage therapists, law enforcement, the city of Billings, and most especially for the silent victims of the horrendous crimes that we have surrendered to for much too long.
Thank you. Next, any other comments here in the library?
Kate Friedman, 3835 Avenue E. Council members.
And I apologize, I missed your name?
Kate Friedman.
Kate Friedman, thank you.
Council members, despite efforts our city has made to educate the community on what this ordinance will and will not do, it is abundantly clear. The public is ill-informed and their perception has been wrongfully skewed.
Kate, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up just because there's only that one microphone up there.
Okay. We have heard from our city attorney, who is our expert on law. This is not unconstitutional, nor does it violate HIPAA. We have heard from our business licensing department. There is no financial burden and business owners are not funding law enforcement. We have also heard from our city attorney that this does not allow for the city to come barging in on massage appointments. Email after email to city council brings condemnation, but it is clear from the content that it brings condemnation to an ordinance that doesn't exist. The city keeps repeating, it is only the front foyer window that must remain unoccluded, not the treatment rooms, and exemptions are available if you need to keep your door locked. Yet the falsities persist. The fact that these misconceptions continue to spread suggests to me that misinformation is being used here as a campaign tool to fight against this, because these concerns continue to be brought forward over and over again, despite multiple attempts at correction. It's clear from so many of the comments being sent in that 1, people are not familiar with this ordinance, and 2, they are hearing propaganda that they are simply repeating. But here is some truth. Violent crime is occurring within these businesses. These trafficking operations hurt our city and the massage industry. The city has a vested interest in regulating any industry or profession, in this case massage facilities, and has every legal right and responsibility to do so if it is in the best interest of the public. And the fact of the matter is, these regulations are not burdensome. That this is targeting massage therapists, not true. These regulations are a direct attack on the business model of the traffickers. That is why the laws being proposed deal with darkened windows, locked doors, open all night, women living on site, lack of record keeping, provocative clothing, and sexual advertising. Background checks are not a big deal. Paperwork is not a big deal. Violent crime is a big deal. The amount of misinformation being promulgated is staggering. Your vote should not be based on the wishes of a client base whose reasons for opposing this is not an issue with the actual ordinance before you. Rather, vote based on the true facts of this ordinance. These illicit businesses victimize women, pose a danger to our community, and burden law enforcement by bringing criminal activity to our city in droves. And the truth is that that is who the city is after. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
To stand back, is that right? Okay. My name's Elizabeth Olivo. I'm in Ward 4. And I spoke a couple weeks ago, so thank you again for hearing me speak today. All industries require regulation in some way, and as we know, many of those regulations are put in place to prevent criminal activity and to protect the public. Unfortunately, the massage industry finds itself in a predicament of having criminals leeching off of it because it lacks regulation.
Again, Elizabeth, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so that everybody in the whole room can hear. Thank you.
Of course. So healthcare is one of the most heavily regulated industries in existence, and massage therapists have called to our attention that they too are healthcare professionals. And yet the massage industry is just in its infancy in regards to being regulated to the same extent as the rest of healthcare. We keep hearing that we need to keep massage out of it, but really it's the criminals who are using that word. Some of them have even got fraudulently acquired licenses. And as a nurse practitioner, I was shocked to understand how that's possible. For a little perspective, to become a nurse practitioner, I had to get a bachelor's degree. I had to then get a doctorate degree from an accredited school. I had to pass a certification exam, apply for a state license, apply for an NPI number, and get a DEA license. And all that required, you guessed it, background checks, fingerprinting, lots and lots of paperwork, and tons of fees. But you know what? Having a bunch of hoops to jump through, that's why you don't really see a whole lot of illicit nurse practitioner businesses in town. And if there were, you can bet I would be first in line to put those criminals out of business. If someone was attacking women, trafficking women under the name of nursing practice, you can bet I'd be fighting for them. Disposing of scheduled meds is another example of regulations in my industry that have been put in place to prevent criminal activity. Unfortunately, as some may be aware, there's been an issue of drug abuse in nursing in the past. And as a provider, if I need to dispose of a scheduled med, I have to go and find another licensed provider. Then she has to watch me dispose of that medication. We have to then go to a log. We have to write down the date, the time, the medication, the quantity, the lot number, her initials and my initials. And all of that is to prevent abuse. I'm not a drug dealer. Why should I have to be following these regulations? To curb an abuse that was a problem in my industry. Regulation is applied to everyone within a specific profession, not just to those who are breaking the rules. These proposed regulations are not overbearing and they're not unconstitutional. You've heard testimony from law enforcement and Chief St. John that this would be a helpful tool to deter sex trafficking. Women are being trafficked and abused in Billings under the name of massage, and this has been going on for 40 years now. Please don't forget, these women are members of our community and you have an opportunity to speak for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commenters, go ahead.
Sarah Kova. I'm in the Heights. I prefer not to give my address. Thank you for taking the time to hear from your constituents and consider our perspectives before voting on these important issues that impact our city. I own my own small business, and I am unwaveringly Republican, so I get it. But I have to read over the rules in this ordinance, and they are just not that big of a deal for those who are operating legitimate businesses. I can understand how a few things would be of minor inconvenience. Who would want to fill out a long application if you could fill out a shorter one? But seriously, when you balance the minor inconveniences with the burden on our law enforcement to curb this rampant violent crime, or the accompanying financial burden of the city to fund their efforts, or perhaps the burdens of the victims themselves, the scale is tipped. Every single industry is subject to regulation, every single one. And when crime needs to be stopped and people need to be protected, as in this case here, something has to change. When new laws are made, you will always find voices of outrage, but level of outrage is not how regulations need to be determined. Right now, criminals in your city are exploiting an industry. The criminals in this ordinance that this ordinance is addressing are not exploiting restaurants, they're not exploiting banks, they're not exploiting shopping malls, they're exploiting massage. And I know this is unfair. I agree. It's unfair that their industry has been hijacked. It's unfair that caring and compassionate professionals have to endure awful jokes and innuendos, and in a few cases, sexual solicitation. But the way to remove this association is by making the laws governing the industry stronger, effectively weeding out criminal activity. Even after effectively removing the human trafficking that is being harbored within the massage industry, it will take time for this association to dissipate in the memories of the public. But it is better to get started now than to allow the connection to continue. I ask that you vote to pass this ordinance to make the massage industry a safer place and to finally address a terrible crime that is taking place in the community that you serve. There have been a few loud voices of opposition, but please don't allow those voices to eclipse the voices of the countless women that are filed in and out of these doors of these spas as though they were mere commodities, there only for the sexual gratification of countless men. I wonder how loud their collective voices could become if they were allowed to dissent, to decry and to protest. Consider their voices as well when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Erin Walker, 6287 Canyonwoods Drive. Mr. Mayor and Council, the amendments proposed via public email by one of our council members strip the ordinance of any power to close criminal massage businesses because they require evidence specific to human trafficking. This is defeating the entire point of the ordinance. Remember, this ordinance is changing the focus from proving and identifying human trafficking to identifying the red flags that are proven to highly correlate with human trafficking. That's the whole point of the ordinance. Coupling criminal and civil investigations is a stroke of brilliance. I wish that I could say that Billings was the brainchild of this cutting edge and seemingly obvious solution. But as we have waited years and years to address this issue, the benefit is we can use other cities and other investigators' expertise. To stick our nose up at a resourceful solution, saying that it's doing law enforcement on the cheap, doesn't make any sense. Why would we spurn solutions just because they are coming at a problem from a new angle? Solutions that are productive, innovative, and require teamwork and collaboration between the departments. This is a no-brainer. Yes, let's provide more resources and money to our law enforcement. But suggesting that we do this so we can avoid implementing smarter strategies? Why would we want to throw more money at inefficient and resource-consuming tactics? I also want to point out that you cannot drive criminal massage businesses underground. Their business model depends on strategic street location and garnering interest from prospective customers. They make up a significant source of human trafficking in Billings. We are not talking about prostitution. If you research the IMB industry, you'll learn how victims frequently work under force, fraud, and coercion. We're talking about debt bondage and other forms of exploitation. Suggesting that this is really about prostitution is evidence of not understanding the criminal syndicate that we're talking about. One more thing, there's still due process. Upon any allegation of violation, a person must first be convicted before any criminal penalties are imposed. They are not stripped of their rights. Our city attorney has explained that a person is entitled to a hearing before having their license revoked and a full appeal process afterwards. But the fact that there's a group in opposition worrying about this process is a testament of how little this ordinance is really understood. Legitimate massage businesses do not operate like criminal enterprises. A mountain has been made out of a molehill. This ordinance benefits the massage industry and in our community just as it benefits the city. The city has a legitimate interest in regulating massage facilities, and that is the general health, welfare, and safety of its community. This is the city's right and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Any other public comment?
My name is Kim Gardner. I live at 1918 7th Street West, Ward 3. The second time up here. I just stand with my fellow massage therapists to oppose this ordinance. Not only as a massage therapist, but also as a consumer. I think it needs to be rewritten and redone. It's not going to work as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Council, for hearing from the citizens. My name is Bronwyn Clegman, and I am in Ward 4. I am not a member of the task force. I am not a massage therapist, but I do have common sense, and I have taken the 30 minutes or so that it actually takes to read this ordinance. And the amount of misinformation I have heard over and over again is honestly making me heartsick. In our recent national elections, we have seen just how effective misinformation or fake news can be. Misinformation is a weapon, and we have just witnessed it upend our national election. I am saddened beyond measure to watch it ravage a vocal minority in real time. It is like watching a devastating game of telephone or a creeping vine of deception weave its way through our community. Objections referring to open doors, windows, or HIPAA are quickly dispelled by actually reading the ordinance. I thought that our last political cycle had taught us to always do our own research, but it is evident that this is not the case. Council, it has now become incumbent upon you to disregard a wave of commentary based on lies. Should you allow your vote to be swayed by outrage based on dishonesty and a frenzy of false information, our city will suffer. I am imploring you all to vote based on facts and not on fear-mongering. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment. Any other public comment from here in the library on any item on our agenda tonight other than item 2? Before we go to Zoom. Oh, we do. Okay.
We were just trying to sort out if anyone had anything left out there. I guess I'm last.
Hi, my name is Destifix. I live in Aries Avenue, Billings, Montana. I've heard a lot of people talk today about how massage therapists are against paperwork, how massage therapists are against regulation. You know, makes us sound pretty lazy. Makes us sound like we don't care. We care so much. That's why we're in this industry. I haven't heard a single massage therapist, myself included, get up here and talk about that we don't want to do paperwork, that we don't want to be regulated. But this isn't the right way. So someone mentioned earlier, outrage does not equal regulation. You shouldn't regulate by outrage. And I absolutely agree on that. And what I'm hearing people speaking for this ordinance is trying to shame us. All they're doing is saying, you know what? Your opinions on this, your thoughts on this, your right to probable cause so that someone can't just come in and look at whatever they want as far as your business, doesn't matter. So I urge you not to regulate in that way. Also, I heard tightening city regulations. You can't tighten city regulations by violating that probable cause. As it's written currently, it opens the door up for someone to go, oh, well, your door is locked because we have a massage therapist and an esthetician in our business. Your guys' door was locked, so obviously you're a human trafficker. I use coconut oil for all of my massages because I found one person in 14 years that's allergic to it. It's also commonly used as a sexual lubricant. That makes me a human trafficker by this ordinance. There's nowhere in there. The ordinance also speaks to counting independent contractors as employees. A friend of mine used to actually go into businesses just to tell people whether they had independent contractors or employees. And she thought that it looked muddy as hell. How do we know that this isn't going to also put those businesses that have this in violation of federal labor laws? As it's currently written, that could push them that extra distance. I don't know if I'm supposed to have this ordinance or this license if it passes. I work in a salon. I'm the only massage therapist there. I'm an independent contractor and a booth renter. Am I supposed to have it? Is the salon supposed to have it? If the salon is supposed to have it, is it her books that are subject to looking at, or is it my books? Our books are our appointment books are shared by everyone. So everyone in the salon's business is open to being looked at. So who are you actually regulating with this? Again, I'm against it.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment here in the library before we look to Zoom for public comment? Anybody? Don't see any others, so we'll look to our Zoom audience. And just a reminder that you need to use your raise hand feature, and Denise will manage that. I see at least one hand up. Denise.
That is correct, Mayor. We have Joe Olivo, who is being allowed to speak now. Joe, go ahead. Joe?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I guess my big thing is that a lot of the complaints that I'm hearing against this ordinance are in the matter of regulations and people being able to come in and look at your paperwork or whatever without probable cause. Well, in my lifetime, I've worked at 3 different places that anyone can come in and be investigated without cause. My family owned a taxidermy business, and Fish and Wildlife could come in whenever they wanted and go through all the freezers and everything to make sure that there was a tag for every hide, that you weren't being involved in poaching. I worked in the food industry, and the health department could come in whenever they wanted and do inspections. For the last 10 years, I've been a VP at a financial institution in town, and same thing, we're audited all the time. We have tons of regulations. I mean, we spend thousands of dollars every year reporting and following regulations, some of which that don't even apply to our specific institution, but we have to follow them anyway. We have to report on them. If having to abide by regulations designed to weed out human traffickers makes you think that you're being called a trafficker, then I guess all accountants are embezzlers, all bankers are money launderers, and all doctors are prescription drug dealers. It's just a ridiculous way to look at things, in my mind. I think that these places have been in business here for over 30 years, and nothing's been able to be done to stop them. Where now, the city can't do something. So I feel like you all have a responsibility to do something about it and put this through and put those people out of business. No one likes regulations. They suck, they cost money, but that's what regulations are there for, are to stop the illegal activities in your profession. So I think that everyone should vote for it. I think it's just kind of the cost of doing business and cleaning up your industry. So thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Denise.
Okay, Mayor. Our next speaker is Chelsea Winterhaller. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Yeah, my name is Chelsea Winterhaller. My address is 1709 East Thunder Mountain Road. And first of all, I just want to thank the City Council for their support of the massage ordinance. I want to remind you, 2 weeks ago, we had experts on to educate us on this. They were from nationwide agencies and also from our own local police department. They all testified of the importance of moving forward with this ordinance for the good of every member of our community and for the benefit of those being trafficked. Something has to be done. I believe that getting the illicit businesses out will actually strengthen our community, bring us back together as we've been so divided on this issue, while also helping to protect the people being victimized in this awful way. Unlike some comments tonight, I believe that you are listening to your constituents and you are listening to the voices of those who cannot speak for themselves and need each of us to stand up for them. Please keep Billings safe, all of us, the massage therapists, and every member of our city. Thank you so much for supporting this and moving forward. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Chelsea. Okay, it looks like our next speaker is Kevin Nelson. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate your time. Kevin Nelson, 1709 Howard, father of 6. My oldest daughter is a licensed massage therapist here in Billings and works for a prominent chiropractic clinic. And when I shared what I'm going to share with you with her last night, I think that she agreed when she saw kind of more on both sides of it. Our community has been inundated with a negative narrative surrounding this ordinance. Many news segments and newspaper articles are portraying this as the city versus small business owners, but there is always one glaring hole in their story, and that hole is the entire intent and purpose of the proposed ordinance, namely the countless women who are being brutalized, traumatized, victimized, and forcibly filed through these illicit businesses. Law enforcement from every level have said that they need more tools to combat human trafficking. Their hands are tied by the confines of current law and the budget within which they must operate. There's one overreaching storyline. I keep hearing that massage therapists are the victims here, but they are not. Their perceived victimization is over things like having to fill out longer business application, needing to ask the city for an exemption, or having it written in law that they're to have to keep their clothes on. The reason we need a law requiring clothes to be on is that there are women in our community who are forced to take off their clothes, and they are forced to do so in buildings perpetrating to be massage establishments. This is the reality of what is happening behind locked doors and darkened windows of these businesses. These are the true victims, and we need to do something. Crime has been increasing exponentially, and our police department has not been given the funding to grow with it. To quote Chief St. John, something's got to give. And I personally would rather see him put his resources in investigating the obscene number of child pornography cases he said he was dealing with right here in Billings. The Billings Police Department does not have the money or the manpower to shut these businesses down the old-fashioned way. And here we have an ordinance that is vetted by our legal authorities, tested in other cities, and will give law enforcement a tool that they have requested to combat violent crime. And it fits within the city's budget. Support our law enforcement. They are committed to safeguarding our community, but we need to assist their efforts by providing them with the necessary tools. These businesses have been operating in our midst for the last 40 years. Please don't allow them to operate for the next 40 as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, the next person is Deborah Kimmett. Deborah, go ahead. Deborah?
There we go. All right, my name is Deborah Kimmett. You've heard from me before. I am the executive director of the BLMTB, and just wanted to talk about a few things that I haven't talked about yet, which, first of all, is the amazing gaslighting that's going on with the proponents here. First of all, the one thing that I do want to talk about, though, is that the massage establishment ordinance intrudes on the scope of practice of massage therapy. It prevents some massage therapists from practicing some of the treatments that they are trained to do and allowed to do by law. For example, you heard from the young woman about her lubricants. For example, and another example is we treat women during their labor. They don't just go into labor between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. These and other treatments are prohibited in the ordinance, which represents the restraint of trade, because you know nothing about what it is that we do. And secondly, the proponents of the massage establishment ordinance have talked long and hard to you about all the women who have been raped and abused and how this ordinance will stop that. You have absolutely no proof that this will be the case, but we have presented you with a lot of evidence and from our own experts that they'll move a few miles down the road or move to another town, and that doesn't rescue any women. We've also had experts give you, from expert information that these don't work, and that in fact these ordinances are misguided and burden the wrong people. Third, the proponents have also justified this law by saying that the criminals themselves have already lumped us together, so we shouldn't complain about it. No, what this law does is put a government stamp of approval on lumping us together. You have put the target on our backs. While the proponents were taking a racist position that all of the women killed in Atlanta were part of the illicit businesses, the Washington Post reported out that this wasn't the case. One business was legitimate. No, the shootings occurred because the shooter believed that he could could find sex in those businesses. And let me remind you, Atlanta has establishment licensing laws. These ordinances don't protect us. Instead, they tell the sex buyers this industry is where you buy sex. So in the mind of sex buyers, they're going to harass legitimate businesses because the government is telling sex buyers to look for sex and massage businesses first. Because you're telling sex buyers that if sex parlors unlock their doors, uncover their windows, and do it between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., they are welcome to hide out in the massage therapy industry. Basically, you're putting a government-sanctioned target on our backs. And that's the primary reason, not the fingerprints, not the background checks. It's the danger that you're putting us in. Government-sanctioned danger for the problem of which you don't even know the extent. And that's another topic, is you don't exactly know how long or how many of these businesses are actually human trafficking operations. And so for those reasons, that's why we vehemently oppose the ordinance and the restrictions that infringe upon our state-sanctioned scope of practice. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Melanie Tripp is our next speaker. Melanie, go ahead.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time and your hard work to create a better Billings. My name is Melanie Tripp. My address is 7535 Entryway Drive. I'm co-chair on the Prevention and Awareness Committee for the Yellowstone County Area Human Trafficking Task Force and president for the Zonta Club of Billings. You recently voted big to move forward on the massage ordinance. Thank you to those who said yes. The information presented by numerous law enforcement members, human trafficking experts, Gina Dahl, and city administration was fiercely powerful and convincing. Do not allow them to change the massage business ordinance. Please vote on it as it is in its written form. This is the version you voted on. As explained by Gina and Stephanie Bacchus, the proposed changes will create an ordinance that is ineffective. Do not allow the conversation to be redirected or the facts presented from experienced and knowledgeable experts in human trafficking and law to be drowned out. As you likely know, my business also works specifically in security for residences and businesses and has done so for over 20 years in your community. As such, we keep a close track of crime and trends here in Billings. Since you receive direct information about crime in our city from law enforcement on a regular basis, there's not much I can report to you that you don't already know in this area. And as you've heard my comments and support before, I'm going to keep my comments very specific. I wonder if you have considered what someone might find on the internet if they were considering moving here from outside of the city or another state. What would a potential citizen might find on Google for the city of Billings as it pertains to crime and safety? The fact is, Billings gets horrible ratings for crime on Google. If you were to Google Billings, Montana crime, top of the list, City of Billings, your own Billings City Council report on crime. I guess you already know what appears when it comes to crime in there. Next top ranking, Neighborhood Scout. Our crime index is 5. Due to our crime per capita, Neighborhood Scout rates us as a 5. We are safer than 5% of cities in the United States. It's a very popular website among people looking to move to another city. It displays our crime index as 5, and that's very, very bad. All of this data comes from our own data and the FBI data. Number 4, one of the next top rankings is from City Data, also a popular website. It shows Billings, due to our crime index, it is higher than 90.9% of US cities, and there is a graph showing us in the deep red. Graphs on the site show specifically that rape and sexual assault are jumping at an astronomical rate compared to years previous. So I would ask you, Council, what are we doing to combat crime, specifically gender violence and sexual assault in our city? And specifically, my question for Mayor and City Council, looking at the information on Google, who would want to move here other than a criminal, an abuser, or a John? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. Our next speaker is Lenadale Nelson. Go ahead, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. Council members, I would like to address that I have worked in accounting as a tax preparer and investment advisor for 40 years. I want to share some of my experience with my own profession to increase your confidence that these new laws that are being unfairly imposed on legitimate business owners, but rather they are completely in line with the precedent set in how every industry gets regulated. Massage therapists are valuable members of the healthcare community and deserve better than to have a criminal enterprise harming their profession. When there is a potential of abuse within an industry, regulations must be imposed on the whole industry to stop that abuse. The regulations are not there to control the majority who are doing right by the people, but rather for the minority who are not acting in good conscience. There is no visible way to add laws that only govern criminals. The laws must apply to a whole group of people. For example, you cannot add regulations to prevent embezzlement and only apply them to a few accountants who are engaged in this crime. The rules apply to everyone in the industry. Then, the few who break the rules can be held accountable. Every year, policies and regulations governing tax preparation and investing guidelines change. I must work hard to ensure I am working within the confines of those regulations. Not only does this cost me time, but there are also many associated fees. These rules are there to protect the people I serve. I understand the frustration, truly I do, but adjustments are something people must learn to adapt to because of industry change. These regulations are not saying that massage therapists are sex workers. This ordinance addresses the fact that there are illegitimate businesses who have elbowed their way into the massage industry. These businesses call themselves massage. They advertise as massage. They have women who perform massage, who have state-issued massage licenses, and yet they are engaged in heinous crime. It grieves me to say they are a part of the massage industry because they invited themselves to the massage table and there are no regulations effectively to kick them out. The association they have made with a legitimate industry harms massage therapists. That is why this ordinance is needed, not only to benefit our community through the removal of these criminal establishments from our streets, but also to benefit our massage therapy friends by disassociating them with a menace that is dangerous to both them and their industry. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Fleming, you are up next to talk. Carrie?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. I'm Carrie Fleming, part of Ward 3. Dear Councilwomen and Councilmen, opposition to this ordinance seems to focus on inconveniences to local business owners, the need for amendments as the criminal landscape changes, and the ever-popular debate against government oversight. In response, I would like to mention just a few of the numerous pieces of legislation that were unduly delayed by similar fears. In 1983, only 17 states had gotten rid of the rules that made spousal rape impossible to prosecute. 1983. An often cited joke around that time was, but if you can't rape your wife, who can you rape? Government was more concerned with a husband's conjugal rights than the citizens being abused under its very knowing eye. It wasn't until 1993 that marital rape was criminalized in all 50 states, a feat that took 3 decades to complete. We are talking about 28 short years ago. And to sharpen a few pencils, the reference to human trafficking being equivalent to prostitution is completely asinine. Being trafficked is not a choice. We are talking about rape. Making those two things similar is akin to comparing marital rape with a wife's matrimonial duties. It's human trafficking. Shifting gears, a 1989 Supreme Court case noted that no special relationship existed between the child and the state. So children did not enjoy an affirmative right to be protected by the state from violence committed by their custodial parents in the privacy of the home. And until 1995, none of the federal child abuse legislation dealt specifically with punishing sex offenders. Lastly, the first comprehensive federal legislative package designed to end violence against women didn't happen until 1994. Drafting and passing the 1994 bill took 4 years because of strenuous opposition to the act. Folks, we are talking about only 27 years ago. Numerous amendments to this act would follow, making it even better, to include a new bill that extends coverage to women of Native American tribal lands who are attacked by non-tribal residents as well as lesbians and immigrants. Take a guess as to when that new bill was passed. 2013, just 8 years ago. History is replete with examples of citizens and government officials that have been all too willing to look the other way, all too willing to consider their own inconveniences above the human rights of others. I myself grew up in a very violent and abusive home. The domestic violence that my mother experienced was considered a family matter, not something for public consumption. There was no substantive help for us growing up. Shockingly, the laws I mentioned previously came into effect in my adulthood. As someone that knows what it's like to be overlooked and afraid, as someone that is all too familiar with having no one willing to help, I beg this council to take action, to be on the right side of history, and to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fleming. Okay, our next public comment will come from a caller who's going to need to identify themselves because I only see their phone number. Okay, so the number is 6522633.
And Denise, let me just ask you a question. Do you have any way to identify how many additional callers at this point approximately?
I have 2 more and 1 panelist that wishes to speak.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Can we have your name and address?
My name is Susan Carlson, and I own a business on 13th Street West. So I have just a few comments. I'm not as organized because people have said some of the things I was going to say, and I don't want to go over that again. But first, I want to make this very clear. There's no such thing as illicit massage in Montana. Montana is clearly defined by our legislature in state code as a healthcare profession. There are sex industries and there are massage businesses. The two are not the same. I'm tired of hearing that. In the last 2 weeks, maybe even less, I know that there's been at least 3 murders in the city of Billings. And yet the city council for the last 3.5 years has been spending money, time, and energy on regulating legally practicing massage therapists. Massage is regulated by the state of Montana. We're heavily regulated by the state of Montana. The fact that someone comes into the state and uses the word massage illegally is not our problem. It's not something that we can control. And obviously it's not something that the city of Billings has been interested in controlling, or they would have already done that. 5 members of this council have told me personally that they aren't confident that this ordinance will do anything to help human trafficking. But after 3 years, they have to do something. One told me that if the massage therapist didn't like what the city's doing, we could just sue them. which I find interesting that a council member would say, well, sue the city, because as many people know, often when the city is sued, the person suing them prevails. I am tired, very tired, of the people in our community that have said over and over, even to this council, and certainly to all of us, how uneducated we are. We are educated very well about our field. We know our field very well. I personally have had a business in Billings since the early 80s doing massage therapy. I feel that I know more about our business, how it runs, how it's impacted by these rules, how it's impacted by regulations that are associated with illicit sex trafficking, than most people who have been on the staff of the city. I've been told by attorneys that this ordinance is illegal, that we do have grounds to pursue things. I guess if the city just decided that they want to pass this just because, and only because, as I was told by 5 council members, they have to do something, then I guess we just have to see where we go from there. We just have to see if this is something that we want to put our resources into. The city has so many problems that are not human trafficking. Of these 3 murder victims, were any of them human trafficked? I don't think so. And yet, what the city is focusing on is massage therapists. The city also says over and over and over again that this is a criminal enterprise. If it's a criminal enterprise, why in the world would you think it'd be okay to send code enforcement into these places?
Okay, Ms.
When one of your code enforcement officers gets hurt or gets killed, is that going to make a difference to anybody?
Your time is up. Thank you for the call.
Thanks.
Okay, Mayor, our next speaker is Tiffany Wardell. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Hello, Tiffany Wardell, 1309 Daybreak. I am wanting to join Susan Carlson on a couple of things that she said, that I am really upset that human trafficking is being connected with the massage business. Because they are professionals, they are regulated by the state, and there are a lot of good things that they do. However, I want to say that this ordinance is a good thing to separate the tie that has been made by illegal businesses. There has been a connection made. The only way to sever it is to make it hidden again. And to make it hidden again will just push it back years down the road. Lots of licensed massage therapists have said that since this ordinance has been talked about, that they have been receiving more calls from people wanting illicit services. And to that, I want to remind City Council that correlation does not mean causation. The fact that it's being talked about is a good thing because it's rooting out the problem. It's not going to get better until it gets a little bit worse, just like anything that gets cleaned up. And the massage business does need to get cleaned up, and I really hope that the City Council will vote to keep this ordinance and to implement it in our city to make it a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, our next caller is a phone number. So 698-3889. You are up. Could you please state your name and address, please? Caller, are you there?
Oops, sorry. Yep, can you hear me? Sorry, I didn't have it unmuted.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Janae Bailey, 443 Broadwater.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure, Janae Bailey, 443 Broadwater.
Thank you.
Sure. I am also against this ordinance. I am a small business owner. I was there at the other meeting a couple weeks ago. And I just had a couple of things in regards to that meeting. One thing that I really took from it was a comment made by one of the council members, I believe his last name is Neef, is that he said as long as it's out of his community and city limits of Billings, he doesn't care. So he can push these illicit businesses into Laurel, into Huntley, into the other ones, he doesn't care. So I think all of us as a community need to listen to that. And the second thing about the other meeting the other night was the expert witnesses that they had called. One of them, and I think it was the gentleman from Waco, specifically said, once they close the illicit massages, they will find another business to go into. They'll change their name, they'll change their venue, they will then call it a foot spa, a foot bath. Something like that. So I think that's another reason why this ordinance isn't going to work. My last thing that I would want to say is that maybe we could find a different solution for this, to where we can come up with a different ordinance that is specifically going after human trafficking, and then get the massage business out of it. I am a state licensed cosmetologist, and I am governed by the state board. Every year I'm inspected by the state board, and they come into my business at any time. And I'm fine with that too. I mean, they come in, they inspect, they make sure that all my stuff is clean and that I'm maintaining standards, state practices, all that kind of stuff. And massage is licensed by the state of Montana, and so maybe this is something that their state board could do as well. If they are being inspected by their own state board members will find these illicit businesses. Find the ones that are having massage therapists work there that aren't licensed, or, providing, whatever, different massage therapy treatments that they're not supposed to. I think there is different ways for the city to look at this and to approach it, and to make everybody happy. I understand everybody's super emotional about human trafficking and all that kind of stuff, and I definitely agree. But there needs to be a commonality for everybody to come out ahead, and everybody coming out feeling better. I really, really hope that the city council is actually listening. I know there's a few people that are, but I know that it has seemed very clear that a lot of them already had their minds made up before we even came to a lot of this stuff. So hopefully by maybe bringing in another solution to both issues, we can come to a meeting spot somewhere in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you, Janae. Okay, and our last speaker tonight, it looks like, is Al Rapax. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Al.
My name is Alan Rapaz. I am residing at 4840 Pegan Trail. I'm also president of Schutzfoss Architects, who is the design team leader for the Montana Rescue Mission Unified Campus. I'm here tonight to speak in support of that project. Mayor Cole and City Council, thank you for giving me a few minutes. The development team has been working on this project since August of 2018. So it has been a long process to this date. We were awarded Montana Board of Housing low-income tax credits. Since that point, that became our start to further development of this project. We have worked with the city development team and with meetings with staff, and all staff really supported this project. So I think that's important for you to understand. Additionally, we are working and have a meeting coming up May 18th with the Yellowstone Historic Preservation Board, and this will be our third meeting with them. The support of the Tax Increment Finance awarded funds tonight will provide for a safe environment for homeless, including basic food and shelter. And we find this project is in high need in this community. with 292 booster beds and 29 low-income apartments. Montana Rescue Unified Campus will be able to provide a continuum of care for those in need. We will provide services from basic shelter care to independent living with our low-income apartments. Thank you ahead of the decision for the support of the TIF funds, and we look forward to that in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Denise, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
It doesn't appear so. Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, we will go ahead and close our public comment period on non-public hearing items. Thank you to all the members of the public who offered their thoughts. Council, it's 7:10. We usually take a break in about 20 minutes. So I think we can still make some progress on the consent agenda since that's still item number 1. I think we should do that. We'll move on to item number 1. First, are there any separations? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honored Council. I'd like to separate item 1A2. Work order 2030 for Hollowell Lane improvements.
Thank you very much. Any other separations? Councilmember Purington.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to separate item K.
Item 1K, second final reading, the massage ordinance. Any other separations? If not, is there a motion relating to the non-separated items? Councilmember Shaw.
Yes, I'm not seeing the language here, but I move to approve the non-separated items of the consent agenda.
And is there a second, Councilmember Boyette? Okay, we'll proceed to discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This is item 1B, and I have a question for Debbie on this item.
Question for Debbie Melling, our city engineer. There's Debbie, it's all yours.
Debbie, I may not have the exact percentages correct here, but I believe the initial bid, we put this project out for bid initially, and only 20% of the cost was covered by what the city considered for the bid, and they adopted that bid in this particular business to do the work. But now that they've done the preliminary work, and I'm assuming engineering is engineering, and when you do things as an engineer, you should be doing things very similar, and there's a standard within the industry that everyone follows. And so we come to this next section of it, which is 80% of the project, and yet we're not putting that out for bid. Can we go ahead and put this back out for bid and allow this to be rebid so we can get a bit competitive price? Because we don't know if this actually price from this contractor is competitive. We only know that the first 20% was competitive.
So we're talking about the West End Plan Amendment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is actually a professional services contract, and we don't bid professional services. We use proposals. So we selected based on qualifications, and we selected it for the entire project through construction. So the reason we split this one up is we weren't sure exactly what we were going to design. So the first phase helped us kind of define what the scope of work was. So that's why we split it up, but it was selected for the entire project.
So, follow up, Mayor?
Go ahead.
So, Debbie, you're saying that we don't consider the cost of the project when we select the contractor to do the work for this at all?
We don't factor in cost for professional services. We do for construction. So construction in this particular case will probably be also a qualifications based, but it will also include cost. Professional services don't usually look at cost, and the reason is if you get a good engineer on a project, they will save you a lot of money during construction. So that's why we based it on qualifications. If we low bid it, oftentimes we would pay more for construction. Engineering is such a small portion, it's about 10% of the project, and it's such a small portion of the overall project that we go for qualifications based versus cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other discussion on the motion or questions? Councilmember Rewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, on our readout part of it, you had an estimate of like $4 million some dollars, I believe. Who came up with that amount, and how did we come up with the 3.7 million for a final? And then say, well, we done good because it's less than what we had proposed. So who made the proposal?
So when we put these projects together, we estimate what type of project we think it'll be and generally how much we think it'll be. Oftentimes we base it on a percentage of the overall cost. But like I said, we didn't even know what type of project we were going to build. We didn't know if it was going to be a granular media project or a filter, membrane. We didn't know. And so we estimate based on percentage of overall cost usually at the early stages. This, when we put these together, we actually go through the scope of work line by line, and we look at how much effort each line will take, and we evaluate the cost based on very specific criteria.
Follow up, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I want to thank you, Debbie, for sending that out late this afternoon, all the costs. It was really hard to read because the spreadsheet was so big and the print was so small, but am I to assume that this is for the total project now, this is the engineering, or are we going to be hit with several other amendments to engineering costs?
So that spreadsheet that I sent, and it did take us most of the day to get that pulled all together to look at all the different contracts we had. This is what we anticipate on that spreadsheet having. And I think there was 6 or 7 more contracts that will be coming to council. Let me pull it up. But as far as the water plant goes, this is the design portion. We will be bringing back a construction administration portion when we get to that. So this will take care of the design for what we anticipate seeing as of now.
Follow up again, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this is this 3.778 is for the actual design of the structure water plant. Nothing to do with the reservoirs, nothing to do with the lines hooking up to the rest of the city services, nothing like that. None of the landscaping around the reservoirs. This is just for the structure.
That's correct. For the water plant and all the processes, yes.
And will they be the owner's rep to the contractor that gets a bid to build it for this same amount of money?
So we will select a contractor based on probably a CMGC process, which I'll explain when we get to that. The Burns and Mack, who is the consultant on this, will be our construction administrator through the process for the whole construction, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Council, any other questions on the motion? Or we've recognized Councilmembers Neese and Ewald. I'll look to other council members in case they have anything else. Councilmember Purington?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to acknowledge that on F, the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program, that council, and I know the city administrator had acknowledged it as well, that we did get an email, and I don't know that it's going to change the outcome of this at all, but I just wanted to acknowledge that. It was from the employer of the individual, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you very much. Any other council members? Before we go back to council members Neese and Ewald? Okay, council member Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick point on that item F, and Gene, I don't know if this is, I know a lot of the information given to us was redacted, but I don't think that email from council that came into council was fully redacted. I don't know if that matters since this was an item that may have been redacted. I don't know, we need to see to it that email has some redaction done to it too before it goes public. But I'll leave that for someone else to decide that. I'm sorry, Mayor. I wanted to ask about question item number 1, 3, and 4, and I guess it's not Debbie. I'll ask this to Debbie again. I sent some emails to Debbie discussing this. Actually, part of the Hollowell Lane. It talks about a lot of public works projects that are that we're raising a lot of money for to get these projects. The lead piping, we've got several years left of that to do. We've got a lot of water mainline replacements to do. And so there's a lot of money that we're having to charge our residents to generate to actually replace these. We talk about a lot of the pipes that are, over, 50 years old and they're failing. And the reason I bring this up is because I want the council to know that there's a lot of money here that we could be going out as a city and attempting to apply to some of the CARES Act money to actually get this money in. So I would encourage us when we set up the next time we see these projects, they would be in a grant request to try to get some of this money coming in from the grants instead of having to come in from city tax dollars and fees to pay for that. So those are 3 areas right there that we can kind of take a look at and realize that there's a lot of money that we can go after in grants on this stuff. So, and I encourage the city to put that kind of grants forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. This is in relation to 1G, is in good. The Hunters Point subdivision. I was reading through it and it says there's no park requirements. And I think some part of it is like NX3 zoning, I believe, and I think NX3 has some land set aside that you have to do. I know I was riding around with Councilmember Boyette earlier this fall when we were doing the recode, and he was pretty upset that some of these big apartment buildings have no park for the children to play in, and but yet it says there's no park requirements for this planned subdivision. So I'm wondering why we don't have any type of set-aside land or park requirements.
Wyeth, can you answer that question?
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Ewald, this is a minor plat, subdivision plat, so under the subdivision process, there would not be parkland required in this process. Certainly if they, depending on how they move forward with development for the property under the zoning, then we would look at that time. But for the subdivision process, given that it's a minor plat under the state and local law, there's no parkland required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, you ready to proceed to a vote on the motion? Okay, the motion is again for approval of the non-separated items. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go to the first separated item. Councilmember Yakowicz, item 1A2, Hallowell Lane improvements. Would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Hunter and Council. I'd like to make a motion to amend work order 2030 Hallowell Lane improvements with a change order to fund the completion of the 4200 block of Bruce Avenue to include completing the sidewalks, curb and gutter, and paving the streets.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. I heard Councilmember Neese, I think.
Correct.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Back to Councilmember Yakowicz or Councilmember Neese? Or any other? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I do support this motion. If you look at the streets and the condition they're in, this is a small amount that would need to be done to complete it. As we've heard, there's newer water lines in there, so I don't think it would be much of a change order to this current process. And so I would ask that the council consider this and add this to this work order as a change order request.
Okay, other discussion or questions for staff? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't know who all attended the meeting in October, the Sabura meeting. I was present, where this was discussed. It is one of those situations where we have boards and commissions that give recommendations to us as council. We can either accept those recommendations or adjust those recommendations in whatever way that we see fit. I think that the rationale and the logic behind the recommendation from the Sabura is clear. I do understand that from this photograph that the people on Bruce Avenue have a very difficult drainage situation. Unfortunately, I could show you photographs of many areas of Ward 3 that look worse than this. And I know there are also areas of the Heights that look equally worse. So this is a situation where I think the Sabura recommendation is clear, well thought out. They have a logic behind what they're trying to accomplish. So I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask staff maybe to clarify how this would work. I guess I assume Debbie Melling, Chris would be since we don't have a bid, we can't approve anything. So would this hold up the other work order? Presumably would have to. So could we just ask Debbie to comment on the possible process here?
Yes. Mayor and Council, if you could have Debbie covered, I'm sorry. There we go. We don't go.
The voice of God.
All right, thank you.
Somebody mute the city administrator.
If Debbie could respond, I guess on two pieces. Maybe we got a motion on the floor, so how would that work if it passes? And then secondly, what's our alternative to getting the road done in a future year is a little bit of what we got to talk about based on your emails today. So Debbie, if you can cover both those, that'd be great. Thank you.
Certainly. Mayor and Council, as you stated, we don't have a cost for this work. If we added it to the Hollowell project, we would need to go to our contractor and ask them for a price to do the work. We don't have a design yet, so we would need to get a survey, geotech design, everything put together, and then we could ask for a cost estimate, and then they could change order that in. I know it would be more than 80,000, so we would come back to you for. Well, that's not true. It would be more than 80,000, but with 10% change order on this project, we'd be about $350,000. So if it was less than $350,000, the city administrator could approve that. If it was more than that 10%, it would be back to council for a change order approval. So that's that portion of it. The alternative we have is to add it to the other Espera local street project that we're just starting the design on. That was approved. The design is approved. The construction is in next year's budget. So the design is starting now on those projects. We could put it in that project and do it with those local street projects. Like I said, the design's just now starting on those. I anticipate a late fall bid, work over the winter and spring, or alternatively, possibly a winter bid with a spring start on those projects. Does that answer everything?
I think so. Other questions? Stay tuned, Debbie. Other council may have questions for you. I saw Councilmember Purington's hand up and Councilmember Shaw.
So Debbie, this is a question for you. Bruce is right off of Hollowell, and the street is going to go just perpendicular to Bruce. So what sort of a drop-off, if you will, once Hollowell is done, what is Bruce going to look like? Because it would have to match up so you don't have a dip or something there.
Sure, thank you for asking that. Whenever we do these projects that tie into existing streets, we do look at those tie-in points and make sure that we have a good transition. So the transition of this it won't be an abrupt drop-off. We'll probably pave back far enough that we'll have that transitional phase for the Bruce Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Shaw and Ronnie and Nice.
Thank you. Listen, I want to put sidewalks for kids everywhere. This is a problem all across the city. So I just want to say I am very empathetic to the neighbors who came forward. Yes, we see the problem as well. Yes, we agree with you. We would also like to see sidewalks everywhere. However, I find myself really caught in process-wise and with Debbie Milling's emailed response this afternoon of really feeling like I would like to advocate for this and see it move. to shoehorn it into this project doesn't really seem to make sense. So I will say, I support the project, and I would be very happy to support doing exactly what Director Melling just described, of putting it into the rotation for this next round. I think, though, I get pretty nervous, though, at us changing things at the last minute, especially not knowing how much it's going to cost. I don't feel comfortable approving something without a price tag.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ronning and Neese.
Thank you. Debbie, how many other streets are off Hollowell like Bruce? Is Bruce the only street off Hollowell?
I will need just a minute to check my GIS and see how many other gravel streets are off of Hollowell. I'm not 100% sure without looking.
Okay.
While you're looking at that, Debbie, I think I asked before, and I don't remember if you answered though, is do we have to hold the other projects while you work at this change order, or could those proceed in any event?
So we're getting into some nuances of the construction. Obviously, if we do a change order, we've got some time to design it. If we have, the benefit of doing projects together is because when they're out there doing concrete, they do it all together. When they're cutting down to subgrade, they do it all together. Light work causes the cost to go down. So if we are just doing one piece on Bruce and we're doing it separately from the project, we would not get as good a prices on it. So this is a long way of saying, to get a better price, we would probably want to delay a little bit on the project to make sure light work is able to be done. There is a lot of waterline work on Hollowell, though, to be done first. So it's possible we'll still be able to get it done about the same time. It's a long question. This is something we haven't really considered until today, so I don't have all the answers. I'm trying to just give you the best information I can.
Okay, and were you able to find an answer to Councilmember Ronning's question about any other gravel roads that connect to Hallowell?
I was just talking, so I wasn't looking at the same time. I'll do that right now.
Mr. Mayor, I can make my comment while Director Melling is looking.
Councilmember Trickey, I'm going to recognize you, but I did recognize Councilmember Neese first. So we'll recognize Councilmember Neese, and then Trickey and Debbie Melling can jump back in wherever she's comfortable in doing so. Councilmember Neese?
My question is for Debbie, and I don't want to interrupt her, so I'll let Councilmember.
Okay, Councilmember Trickey then.
Yeah, so I was actually approached by the residents of Bruce Street earlier in order to bring this forward, and I did not bring it forward for the following reason. Personally, I think this is taking things out of process, and I don't approve of taking things out of process. But also, if you give me 1 week, I can get you the signatures of every other street that isn't paved in the TIF district. I can get you 100% of the people to sign saying, hey, we want to be included now. This is not about whether or not Bruce Street will be paved. It is about whether or not Bruce Street gets pushed to the front of the line. And I just cannot support that. So will Bruce Street get paved along with the others as we're going through this process? Absolutely, it will. Does it need to be pushed to the front of the queue? I have not seen a compelling reason why Bruce Street needs to be done this year as opposed to any of the other streets that are not being paved right now. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ewalt.
I guess I'll go back to Debbie if she's got that answer yet, and then I'll ask my question.
So the answer is there's several. It would take me a little while, but several of the projects we're doing next year, of course, come off this same area. And then there's, I'm looking at 22 streets that are not paved in that area. I can't tell you that they all necessarily come off of Hollowell, but I have 22 gravel streets in that area.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I too, when I was looking through and was questioning gravel streets there. I noticed the street, I believe, to the north of that. I could be wrong. That would actually, little street off of Hollow, that's paved, and then Bruce is not paved. And then I think the streets farther south, I don't know if they are not paved. But my thought is, Debbie, you mentioned how if you're doing a project, if you just do a single project, it'd be more expensive. We've already got this bigger project done, and they're going to be right on Hollowell, tearing it up, grading and stuff like that. I would think, like you say, it should be cost effective for them just to add this one street into there, get that done. It's just right off of Hollowell. They're just going to grade and then just continue down Bruce, come back and go down the rest of Hollowell. I'm sure I'm simplifying that, but it is all connected within the same project, so they don't have to move equipment from one site to another site. If we were to do multiple smaller streets, you would end up moving equipment from one street to the next street to the next street, and that's going to be more expensive than having equipment right on site, than not having to move it. Is that correct as far as by doing this with Hollowell now, it'll actually could be much less than if we were to do it later, or could be less than we do it later?
So there's so many pros and cons to both sides. For instance, a change order is not publicly bid. I mean, we aren't bidding, we're negotiating. And so if you put it under the project next year with all the local streets, you're bidding it. You also have very light projects that are, just a block away, that kind of thing. I couldn't tell you honestly which would be more or less expensive. There's either way the contractors look at it. It could go either way. I can't give you a definite, I'm sorry.
Quick follow-up, Mayor.
Sure.
Debbie, you've done lots of change orders in the past, I'm sure. When you do a change order and you say it's negotiated, when you do the negotiations, is it typically pretty much the same cost per square, or do they actually then raise the cost per square quite a bit more over what normally is charged?
So a lot of times we can actually extend quantities if it's like work. So if we talk to the contractor and say, this is similar work, can we extend the quantities on this project? To be honest, our Hollowell numbers are exorbitant, and I'm just going to use the words. The concrete numbers are absolutely higher than anything I've ever seen, ever doing construction. We're not going to get better in looking at all the other bids that we had. I still say that this is a good bid to award. I mean, we had other bidders. This is a good bid. But to extend these quantities, we are paying a lot for concrete on this project. Will it be lower next year? I don't know. I don't have a great crystal ball on construction costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who haven't we recognized? Councilmember Ewalt and Yakwich?
Thank you, Mayor. As I deal with contractors and change orders, change orders is a good time for a contractor to make up money lost on other parts of the project that they might have underbid, and you're pretty much at their mercy. So just on that point, the comment I want to make is this is TIF money we're talking about, and I don't think TIF money is meant for personal gain. And I think there's also kind of a rule that it's a 5-to-1, 5 private, 1 TIF. I could probably get behind this project if that's what it was, is 5 private and 1% TIF, or 5-to-1 TIF. That would be palatable to me, because it would make sense to get this project done. It's just a short street, right off of Hollowell. But if we're talking 100%, then I will not support it, because that is not the way TIF money was set up, to be writing a personal check to homeowners so that they can improve their property. So I will be against it for that reason, unless we go 5-to-1.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakwich?
Thank you, Honored Council. Thank you, Debbie. You're very professional and very direct to our answers, so thank you, and Mr. Kukulski as well. It is on the west end of Hollowell. I drive that a lot, and that's about the only gravel road on the west end of Hollowell. There's a alley next to Optimus Park, and that is dirt, but from my recollection, that's the only gravel road on the west end of Hollowell. As Debbie said, either way, as she very professionally said, so it doesn't matter either way. If we get it done now, my thinking is it's going to be cheaper now than wait another year. Then it's going to cost more. Suburra, I really respect them, I appreciate them, and I honor committees when they do what they need to do. I believe we as council had a fight for gravel roads. It wasn't Sabura who brought it up, but it's us as council who fought for those gravel roads. A promise made is a promise kept. So I'm reluctant to wait for Sabura to bring this up next year, especially when I'm not on council. So I won't be on council, so I won't be able to fight this or push for this. The residents here are asking. It's not like a bunch of people coming here and asking, and for these people in this neighborhood to come and ask, it takes a lot of gumption. And I applaud them for that. And I don't think I could find other residents knocking on my door like those on Bruce. And finally, I go back to a promise made is a promise kept. And, let's get it done. Let's just move on, get it done, and then we can deal with other things next year. Thank you, Council. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So like Councilwoman Shaw said, I'm for sidewalks and pavements and everything too. If it were up to me, I would have every street in the city paved because I believe that's what separates us from the country and county. I would love to see that happen, and I hope sometime in the future some council on Billings moves to make that actually happen. This is such a challenging decision because I agree with Councilwoman Joy and also have so much respect for the Espera board and the advisory boards that serve city council. I have preached in the past that I firmly believe that government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And Kevin Nelson's going to be shocked, but I give him a lot of credit for how he comes to city council and is persistent and brings valued solutions. And I've never seen anyone work as hard for this city as a city resident than Kevin Nelson and how he comes to city council. And I really applaud him for that. And I am one who does listen to constituents, whether they be mine or in other wards. I do listen. And I have been listening to Kevin Nelson for 3+ years. And I give him a lot of credit for participating in government. And so I'm going to be supporting this motion and hope that we get more residents who will do the same thing and really get involved with their city government in this way. So thank you.
Okay, any final comments here? And just a clarification on Councilmember Tricky.
Do we need to ask Sabura what the financial impact for them on this is going to be?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tricky asked Sabura what will be for them?
We're spending their money. Obviously it's everybody's money, but it is money that is in their budget. So I'm just wondering whether or not we need their input on the impact on their budget and plans for this year.
I guess that'd be an item for discretion in the council. Jim Tavlin did send an email to the council at I think 9:30 this morning, generally opposing this because of the process. I don't know that he spoke to their budget. Have not heard any concern about that. But just so people know, there was an email from Jim, I think about 9:30 this morning. Just a clarification about the motion to the move-ins, Councilmember Yakovich, I guess. This is an instruction to proceed, and with the paving of Bruce, as I understood it, so there's no discretion in that. So if it comes in below the 350 threshold, we are instructing the city administrator to spend that money in any event. Is that correct? And then if it is above that amount, it would have to come back to council, if I understand what Debbie said. Is that the effect of this? And I'm going to ask Chris Kukulski to just comment on his understanding. We'll go back to the council for their clarification. Chris?
So Mayor and Council, I think you described it correctly, and I would say procedurally or technically, it is your authority. As far as authorizing the expenditure, yes, good practice would be to have it come through the recommendation of Sabura, but at the end of the day, it's public money. The budget is reviewed and approved by the city council, so you certainly have the authority to make this decision if it is your decision.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify what the decision is. My understanding is, again, we'll look to the movement, but there's no need to come back to the council, for example, if it's less than $350,000. Councilmember Yakovich, it was your motion. Is that a correct statement of the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Councilmembers Boyette and Purington?
Can I call for question?
Okay, then we will proceed on a vote on whether to vote. And I believe we need 2/3. Is that correct? Not 3/4. So that'll be, well, we're missing one. So instead of the usual 8, it'd be 66% of 10. So that'll be 7 of us, assuming you can round up and we can't divide one of us, right? So if you're in favor of proceeding to the vote, that's what we're voting on. I'm sorry, we'll need a second on the motion to call the question. Right? And there's a second, Councilmember Ronning, and I heard someone else. So all in favor of proceeding to the vote, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Boyette, Yakovich, Purington, Neese, Ronning, Joy, Shaw. We clearly have the requisite 7. So we're now voting on the motion. Is the motion clear? And Debbie, just remind us again how this impacts the underlying work order.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Councilor Neese.
The question can't be discussed.
It can't be debated, but it can be clarified. And I'm just asking Debbie to repeat what you said before about what happens with the underlying 10 items, or I'm sorry, the underlying items. Those will proceed, or?
So this is direction to staff, but it wouldn't change the award of the project tonight.
Okay.
We'll bring back a budget amendment at some point.
Okay. All right. So if the motion is clear, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Council members Boyette, Yakovich, Purington, Neese, Ronning, and Cole. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council members Ewalt, Chiriki, Joy, and Shaw. Motion passes. That then concludes item 1A2. We'll move to the next separated item, 1K. Councilmember Purington, that was your separation, I believe. You know what? It's about break time. It's past break time. Council will take a quick break and come back as close to probably 7:55.
had pizza made with tamales on it.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Appreciate everybody being prompt on the break. We left off with item 1K, the second final reading, massage ordinance. Councilmember Purington, that was your separation. Would you like to start us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason I separated this is because I just wanted to vote in opposition to the ordinance. A lot of my reasoning for voting in opposition for this is, one, I have listened to the majority of the citizens who have voted or who have spoken in opposition to this. We haven't had experts that were allowed to speak to this, and I've spoken with various forms of law enforcement, and they have said this will not do anything for human trafficking. I think that is the primary reason for this. Do we want to shut down these illicit businesses? Absolutely. We have not been offered the time for sharing some of the other methods for shopping or for stopping these businesses, and even the Detective Scaramucci, he even offered one, and I think it's been debated quite readily that one of the reasons that we're not shutting those down is because we're not addressing the Johns. And I think there's a way to do that, to address the Johns. And we haven't done that. And I think one of the gals said, you might be surprised at who goes there. They're college-age kids. Well, I bet there's more than just college-age kids that go there. And I think that there could be a way to do that without having any impact on the legitimate massage business. We have had other attorneys that have suggested there could be some, whether it's due process, constitutional, Fourth Amendment, whatever, the objections are. And I did ask for a legal review. And to be fair to Ms. Dahl, our city attorney, she has looked at these and she has given us a lot of statutes, case history on how difficult it would be. I never want to say, well, you're just going to get sued. I don't like that because there's a lot of ways to say that you're going to get sued, and I mean, you can have an attorney sue for any particular reason. So to say, well, we're just going to wind up having to sue the city, I don't like that, and I don't think that's a good enough reason either. But I do just want to say that it's not the job of businesses to regulate. It's the job of government. Now, how government regulates, that's one thing. I do hear that to put regulations in place to over-regulate, sometimes for the business itself, the small business, I think to be able to say government needs to get out of the way of that helps a great deal for small businesses to thrive. And right now with COVID, they have felt that pinch in every small business in Billings. Well, I shouldn't say every, because I know some have done well. But I think that's a big issue for me too. Do I want to shut down brothels? Absolutely. Do we want to shut down human trafficking? Absolutely. I think that some community efforts in shutting down brothels, I think that could be done without government regulation. I think that could be done. And it hasn't been approached that way, and I wish that we could see that done. And I think the task force, that would be a big thing on their community involvement to be able to do that. With that said, I am opposed to this ordinance, and I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my jobs in the past was helping our credit card department at a local bank. They called me one day and said, we're having a lot of trouble with this one business. Can you go find out what's happening? So dutifully, I went out to the business. I first saw that there were no windows in the business, which was weird. The door was in the back and it was metal. I banged on the door. It opened up and I saw a metal cage inside. As soon as I walked in, I saw three, and I thought they were Korean, but they could have been Asian women in yellow bikinis running away. An older woman came up to me and immediately thought I was a policeman because I was in a suit. Well, as soon as I left there, I called the police department and they said, yes, we know what it is. I don't know when it was shut down because I never followed up on it, but I'm going to support this, but I'm also going to be the first person in 1 year from today calling the code enforcement, asking for an update, saying, is this working? If it's working and we shut, and several or many of these businesses are gone, I would like to keep it. If they report that nothing's happened, I'll be the first one to ask for a repeal of it. So in this case, I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we do not have a motion on the table at this point, but we can have some general discussion. Councilmember Neese?
I'll make a motion that we approve the second final reading of ordinance regulating massage and spa facilities through business licensing criteria.
Okay, I see a couple seconds. Councilmember Ronning? So now we do have a motion. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of the discussion that's gone on and over emails and all that stuff. One of the reasons these businesses are around is because there's big money in it. And big money and being illegal are two things that you're not going to really dissuade unless you get taken and put in prison. Just doing an ordinance that code enforcement is in charge of and is complaint driven. All we're going to be doing, all these people that are against human trafficking, they must just think that they're against it if it's in the city limits, because you could go just across the border to city limits and set up shop and there's nothing that they can do about it, and human trafficking is going to continue. And there's a lot of islands of county inside the city limits, so they don't even have to leave the city limits if they want. As long as they're on a county island, they can do what they want to do. And if the county doesn't do anything about it, human trafficking is going to continue. It's not going to stop it. The only way you're going to stop it is by putting these people in prison. And FBI, state, law enforcement, all of them know where these 11 or 13 businesses are, but they haven't done anything about it. And so just moving them to another location or putting them under another name, it's not gonna improve human trafficking unless they get put away. And that's the only way it's gonna happen. So I don't think I don't believe in voting for ordinances that can't be enforced or won't be enforced, and so I won't be voting for this one.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ronning and Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to address, a caller had called in and made a comment about Councilmember Neese, who supposedly had made a comment, and I really want to clarify that. One of the first things that Councilmember Neese approached me on was how we take this ordinance and work with the city of Laurel, work with the Yellowstone County Commissioners, work with other communities around us. So that was the first thing that he actually approached me on. And so I just really want to clarify that what was said previously by someone giving public comment was really not true. But also wanted to share that while we've heard that these illicit businesses have been in Billings for 40 plus years, I know that a lot of us have lived here for many years, and a lot of us are adults over the age of 50 on this council. We've had plenty of years to work on a solution and bring a solution. City Council has been working on this since 2017. There have been plenty of time to bring other solutions to this table. We've had 2 committee meetings in which more solutions could have been brought to this table. So far, they haven't been. And we welcome more solutions. As I've heard, everyone's against human trafficking, and it sounds like we have so many experts on human trafficking. I welcome that. We welcome that at the city level. So I did want to emphasize also that there also has been a couple of things that says that the city has not done more to go after these types of crimes, and that just simply isn't true as well. In 2019, the city worked really hard to lobby for the passage of Senate Bill 147, which actually made happy endings illegal now in the state of Montana. We worked very hard on that to protect licensed massage therapists. And so I'm really proud of that, really proud of that the city worked hard on that. The city's also worked hard on going after and lobbying for the very first funding for state agents. City Administrator Kukulski took multiple trips to Helena to lobby for this. So the city has worked very hard on this and continues to work hard on this. Is this going to be the first option? No, let's hope there's a whole lot more that continue to come forward, because now we have a great group of people that are working on this. So let's hope we do move forward in more ways to find more solutions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the second reading. I supported the first reading. One of the things that I will, like Councilmember Boyette, be following up on is whether or not this ordinance is impacting the women that are being trafficked. If this turns into a way in which law enforcement or is then more deeply impacting the women who are being trafficked, then that's not what this is intended to do, as I understand it. As I understand it, this is intended to provide a regulation, a business license to go after the trafficking, not women. Women's bodies are the most regulated of any kind of bodies on earth. So I will continue to watch the progress of how this gets implemented to see whether or not we are impacting what we intend to impact, not impacting women who have already been trafficked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Tricky.
Councilmember Shaw actually had her hand up 2 seconds before I did.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you. I'll be very fast, but I just wanted to respond to the, I feel like we've heard a few times of people saying, oh, you guys are just trying to kick it out of city limits. You don't care what happens outside of city limits. And I appreciate Councilmember Ronnie responding to that. We absolutely do care what happens outside of city limits. We just don't have any control over it. Our control ends at the city limit line. So we're not trying to push this off into anybody else's backyard, but we're just saying this is our backyard and that's all we have control over. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and I will be supporting this for second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm not going to bring forward the amendment that I had said that I was going to do for a number of different reasons, mainly because I don't think we have the support for it at this point, and this is going to be a long enough meeting without that. The main reason I brought that thing forward, however, was to point out one very specific thing, that this ordinance is written in such a way that it targets prostitution. And for a very real reason. I mean, the only very obvious things that you can target and look at in order to enable a complaint for code enforcement to go to are not human trafficking or human slavery, because those things do happen way in the dark and you can't see them. The things you can see are prostitution. And one of the things that worries me about this a lot is that the conversation around prostitution as it's been happening globally, and in terms of sex workers as well, is very, very, very complicated. And what we are doing here is enacting an ordinance which is not targeting prostitution, but in fact, we are using prostitution in order to get at the sex traffickers. And I find that problematic. I think we need to have a larger conversation about prostitution before we move forward on this. So that's one of the things that I have that is a problem. Another thing that I have as a problem here is the whole relationship between using a business license in order to go after criminal enterprises. Is it constitutional? Well, yes, the courts have said it's constitutional. So anybody trying to bring a lawsuit against the city for that is probably going to fail because it's not working, but it's not going to work for them. But it worries me a lot. I mean, frankly, we have on our business license right now a statement that says that if you're doing anything that is against state or federal laws, then, we can deny you a business license. And if we were to actually implement a process and a procedure to do that, we would take out, we would be taking out human trafficking, not just in the illegal sex area, but also like in the domestic, a whole slew of areas where human trafficking happens, which includes, like domestic workers, agricultural workers, and a whole bunch of other people who are at the low end of the economic scale, but we're not going to do that because why? Because if we were to sit down and say that anybody with a business license can have someone come in and look at whether or not there is anything illegal going on their premises, we would have the entire business community yelling at us instead of just the massage therapists who are yelling at us. Third point that I want to make. If 4 years ago, the council member who had started this conversation had said, hey, Chief St. John, what do you need in order to take this on? Chief St. John would have said, hey, I need a detective or two in order to be able to actually investigate human trafficking here in Billings. And the difference between having it done that way and refusing a business license is that when we investigate people using the existing statutes, those people go to jail. Right now, all that's going to happen to them is that they're going to lose their business license, they're going to move to the county, or they're going to move out of town. You know what? And they're going to take their money with them, and there's not going to be any retribution to them whatsoever. So to me, if we're going to take on trafficking, we need to do it seriously. We need to do it as a criminal act and not as a violation of a business license. So I'm going to oppose this. I am going to vote against this ordinance, but I hope that everybody here on council will join me in asking staff and Chief St. John, what specifically do you need in order to take on these types of crimes, but not just these types of crimes, but the other related things that are going on in our community that are just as bad. We have sexual violence that is going on that is not being investigated at the level that it needs to be done. We have domestic violence is going through the roof right now because we can't deal with it. So not just Chief St. John needs the tools to do this. We need public education efforts to be happening around all of these things related to sexuality and how we think about sexuality and how we think about it as a community in order to really solve these problems. Can we pass this ordinance and feel good that we have done something about it? Absolutely, and we will have done something about it. Will we have solved the problem? Will we have really moved anywhere forward on this? No, we will not. So because of those reasons, I can't support the ordinance as it's written, but I fully expect that all of you will step up and say, hey, let's fund a unit within the police department that takes on domestic and sexual violence as well as human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final comments before we move to a vote. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, Councilwoman Ronnie, for speaking out, and I also want to thank prior councils that took this on years ago before we were on council and put this before us. And for Councilman Ronnie for championing this and really moving this along. And I want to say, as I researched in this, and this came to me, and I looked at it, I was very surprised at what was in our city, and I think this is going to do a good job to alleviate that. When I first read the ordinance that was presented to me, I would not have voted for it then. And so when I hear people say that we didn't listen, I'll say we did listen. We heard lots of changes. We made lots of different changes based upon those recommendations from the massage industry themselves. A lot of those suggestions came in, and I saw those changes made. I agree with Councilmember Boyette, and in a year we'll be asking, how is this doing? So staff, be prepared with numbers to follow up with us as we ask for this. So I will be supporting that. And again, I thank the staff for all the work. Gina, in the midst of a changeover from what as the city attorney taking this on and all of that. So thank you very much, and I'm ready to vote when everyone else is.
Thank you. Any other comments before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any. So the motion is for approval on second reading. Item 1K. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are myself, Councilmembers Boyette, Yakowicz, Neese, Ronning, Joy, and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Purington, Ewalt, and Chiriki. Motion passes 7-3. Thank you very much. That concludes item number 1, the consent agenda. Might be a record almost for a consent agenda. We'll move on then to our regular agenda. The next item is the only public hearing. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and approval of fiscal year 2021 to 2022 annual action plan and community development block grant, CDBG and home investment partnerships, home budget allocation. Community Development Board recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Community Development Board recommendation.
We have a presentation tonight by Brenda Beckett, our Community Development Manager, who is online. So, Chris, I got the thumbs up, so We'll turn it over to Brenda.
Yeah, Mayor, this is Wyatt. I'm just going to share the screen, and then Brenda's going to give the presentation, and we'll get started.
Thanks, Wyatt. Can everybody hear me? Are we good? Okay, perfect. Great. I will be brief because you have a huge agenda and lots of impassioned comments and amazing things you're doing tonight. And I really appreciated the questions that I received this morning. That was fantastic. It was wonderful to see that everybody was engaged and had excellent questions today. So thanks very much. So this is our second year of a 5-year consolidated plan process, and we'll just forward now, Wyatt. For CDBG and home, can we click forward, do you think? Thank you. This is just a slide that we have illustrating our position within the city. And we have amazing Community Development Board members. Actually, there are 2, I think, Community Development Board members that are in the guest waiting area. Katrina Kruger and Rebecca Noel. So they're actually just great people. They've been here all night. So we do have a majority of these members are representing low income areas. So that helps us meet a HUD guideline for low income engagement. And we have 3 at-large members. All right. So just for today, there's a lot of things happening money-wise in the Community Development Division with CARES Act and maybe the American Recovery Act, but I just want to focus today on CDBG and home because that is all that's encompassed within this annual action plan. And so I have the figures up there and, when we started these programs and generally what each of those fund. And the funds will only support low-income households. And there is the figure for the annual income for a household of 4 that would qualify for this kind of funding. All right. And we've heard a lot about the Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding that was issued by the CARES Act. It was $909,000. 20% of that can be used for administration. We're looking at long-term administration with this program. 80% of those funds have to be expended within a 3-year period after we sign the grant agreements with HUD. So there's a ticking time clock, and we have to be able to monitor any of those projects throughout a 7 or 8 year period. So that plan is, I'll give you a little timeline in a couple minutes. And then we have this home ARP. I swear I'm going to call it HARP and just kind of mess it up. But I believe that we're getting American Recovery Plan funding at about $1.2 million. We have not received any official word from HUD at all about this funding. So I'm just keeping it as a big question mark. From what I've read from what the president signed, this funding is specifically designed to assist homeless individuals and at risk of homelessness individuals, and for rental assistance, tenant-based rental assistance specifically, and housing development or shelter development for those families. Now, we are not going to get any regulations on this until August. So when people are approaching and saying, hey, I hear we're getting this money, can we fund these projects? We actually have no idea. So we are going to wait till we get those regulations and give staff enough time to ramp up and get knowledgeable in those things. And there's supposed to be some technical assistance coming out this summer, but I think it's probably going to come out closer to winter, but that's just my guess. So that's on the horizon, but we don't have very many details about that at all. All right. So timelines for the CDBG and home allocations for today's annual action plan. This process actually started last December when the applications were made available online. The applications were due at the end of January, and then the Community Development Board made their recommendations for funding for our core programs in early April, and here we are today for the public hearing and council action. And this next little timeline will give you the CARES Act funding, the CDBG coronavirus funding. The application has actually been out online for 1 week today. It's a beautiful application, and the guidebook is really simple, and really, we work very hard to make it easy for people to apply. The applications are due in a 4 work week time period. On Friday, May 14th, the board will receive those applications to start reviewing them for funding allocations. They're going to get those on Monday, May 17th, and then we're going to give them at least 2 to 4 weeks to make their decisions, anywhere between June 1 to June 15th. And then after that, I think we're probably going to have to do a council work session to have our AmeriCorps Vista members kind of explain the process that they went through for garnering community needs. They ran 2 surveys. The community member survey had 3,000 responses, and 1,500 of those were actually low-income qualified residents of the city of Billings. So it's a huge response survey-wise for us. And 26 nonprofit organizations also participated in another survey. And so the assessments, I think, probably, if there's time in the council agenda for a work session, we would love to go over those studies with you so you can see where the recommendations were made with the Community Development Board on what should be funded. So those dates are still pending, and we have to submit to HUD before August 16th, our annual action plan amendment for 2020. So those are those 2 timelines, and they're separate. Okay, this is a very, just completely wordy. I couldn't figure out how to make this any smaller, but the activities that the board is prioritizing based on that assessment, rent, mortgage, utilities, mental health and healthcare, food delivery, and you can kind of go on down the line. And then also some public facility improvements, restrooms, hand washing stations. Internet was a huge thing that came up in the assessment. And so this is kind of, this is the eligible activities for the coronavirus funding. And we're hoping to get lots of applications. Okay, so the City Council does support our division, and we're very, very grateful for that support. When we had to move out of the old library building and, pay big rent, that the City Council stepped up and has been funding our annual rent and parking since that move. They have also allocated cash, it's non-federal cash, to support housing programs, nearly $450,000. And that is a revolving loan fund, and we've assisted 41 households with home ownership and home repairs with that program fund. It's actually fantastic. That's a fantastic gift. Okay, and you can see kind of where our CDBG and home funding history has kind of been a bit rocky. We did have the big plummet in 2012, and that's when the City Council made a policy decision to move most of our programs to loan products instead of grant products. And actually, I answered a question from a council member earlier today about the program income or the revenue that we have annually from those loan proceeds, and I think it was like $600,000 a year. So it's just fantastic that that reinvestment is being made, and then we can also help additional families. So this is kind of where we're at with the budget, with new CDBG and home funding and the history there. Okay, just our core programs and our little shortcuts on the upper right for redirect. So billings.mt.gov/homebuyer, home repair, and whatever else that says. Oh, CHODO, Community Housing Development Organization, for the affordable housing development. So this slide just kind of goes over all of the regulations, and the first-time homebuyer program also includes a foreclosure program, even though we do acquisition and home repair for those programs. So it just kind of gives you an overview of each of those programs and activities. And then I think we're going to review VISTA. So the city is required to implement an anti-poverty initiative. Our VISTAs have spent over $2 million in local rents and markets, and we have had 262 members, and they've supported 56 community organizations with all of these anti-poverty efforts. And actually, Councilmember Farrington had really great questions about that program too. And the highest number of VISTAs that we have from any state is Montana. So that's something we know for sure. Most of them are from Montana. So our recommendations are funding administration. CDBG administration is funded at 20% of the new allocation, and home administration is funded at 10%. And then, the big winners there are housing rehabilitation foreclosure and CDBG for home repair programs. The remaining funding would go to homebuyer outside of a $25,000 allocation for VISTA that would leverage $466,000. I do need to point out a bit of a discrepancy in the council memo. There is a revenue sheet that I put into the council memo. It's has the recommendations and the current funding that we have in each of those programs. And that one, I think, says $450,000 for VISTA. They changed our numbers within a 12-hour period. So I did not get that sheet updated, but the correct figure is $466,000 from the Corporation for National Community Service. And with home, we have asked HUD for a waiver for the home program. Usually with new home money coming into the city, we're required to allocate 15% of that for community housing development organizations, specifically for affordable housing development. But since the pandemic, it's really difficult not only to build, but also to get contractors. And so that's been a real hardship. So we've asked HUD to waive that requirement for the last 2 years and this upcoming year, and we would just put the funding back into the homebuyer program. So yep, big winners there, home repair and foreclosure and homebuyer, and this at 2%, administration at 17%. So that's it. Quick, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Questions for Brenda? Remind us, we do need to approve the action plan, I guess, is the ultimate goal here, correct? So are there any questions, or is there a motion pertaining to it? Councilmember Ronning and the Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, do we have to have a?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. We do have to open up for public hearing, and we haven't done that yet. Before we do so, were there any specific questions for Brenda? We can always come back to that too, but Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Brenda, if I understand the program, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, please. This program actually works with individuals, throughout the whole process, as you segmented the different programs. Is that correct? Do you have any? Is there anything that is actually working to help the low income at a either larger scale or faster pace as far as developers, assistance to developers to build low-income housing, and things like that? What can we do to take this program, and maybe this is something Vistas can look at when they come and determine this, but what can we do to take this program and actually kind of make it grow exponentially in ways to help more people in the low-income housing needs?
Housing, oh goodness, let's see. We did have Vista members assigned to the YWCA, and they created a new low-income housing tax credit project called Gateway Vista, and it was actually named Vista because of the Vista members that were assigned to that project. So if any nonprofit organization is interested in housing development, we would be happy to work with them to get a full-time educated person to volunteer there for a year. When we design projects like that, it's typically like a 2 to 3 year project. Sometimes it gets carried over to a 3 to 4 year project, maybe even 5 years, but we definitely, I think we had 3 Vistas that worked on the Gateway Vista project, 2 or 3, that helped bring that into fruition. So we can absolutely do that. We also have the Affordable Housing Development Program, and organizations can apply. They can submit an application to that program at any time. If we get an application in and there's program revenue that we would recommend allocations for that program, we would absolutely bring it to the Community Development Board and to the City Council outside of this meeting to get those things funded. We've done that before with Homeward, NeighborWorks, the Housing Authority of Billings, which now Homefront. So that program still stays open, even though we don't have a specific money allocation sitting there. The moment we have money sitting there, it won't move, and so we do a close and shovel ready process, so we can move the money quickly in and out and meet the needs right away. So, but applications can come in anytime for affordable housing development, for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions for Brenda before we open up for public hearing? Councilmember Biakwich?
Thank you, Honored Council. Brenda, thank you for your hard work, and you got Jim Corson. That's all you need on your team. Everybody
He's pretty
else,
fantastic.
He is fantastic guy. Hey, I'm going to ask you a big question. You don't need to answer it right now. But you are awesome with housing. I am actually a first-time home buyer recipient many years ago. So I'm so grateful for the program. But Brenda, we got slumlords, and I don't know what other way to call them, but they. What can we do, Brenda? What can we do about that? I was going to give them an award, like hand out slumlords awards, but Mr. Neese said I couldn't do that.
Probably not. Yeah.
No. But what we got great people who are great landlords, but then there's others that are deteriorate and create blight and are counter to our home ownership or even rentals. But any thoughts? And do your Vista people ever work on that topic?
Yeah, we would have to have a host site that would actually dedicate time to that kind of project. And we do have, CLDI does some, reinvigoration kinds of things, and they make investments in strategic areas in low-income communities. But outside of an initiative to purchase properties that come on the market and then solidify, we would have to do some deed restrictions to solidify each, if it's a single family unit or a unit that's sold by itself, like let's say with the row houses are sold typically by themselves, we could purchase those, put deed restrictions in place to make sure that those are home ownership rather than rental. But that would definitely have to be a neighborhood strategy. And if we're going to do something like that, we probably need to work with the police, code enforcement, with other public works, other agencies in the city to make like investments. It can't just be us with our measly $900,000. So we just do not have lots of funding. I wish we did. When you look back at that chart, it's like, wow, you get $1.5 million a year. It's pretty amazing, and the projects were just popping all the time. It was just really a fast moving thing. And now we're clearing 40 loans a year, which is still a huge accomplishment. And we're doing some affordable housing development like the CNC community. We funded that last year. So that will start construction very soon. So, those things are happening, but we just do not have a ton of resources through community development. But if we did a coordinated effort, council member, and if this was something that the council was very interested in, we could absolutely look at that in the future for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, let's, I'm going to open up for public hearing. Councilmember Denise, you can, if you've got a question after a public hearing, we can pose that or bring a motion.
I'll wait.
Okay, this is your opportunity, members of the public who would like to comment on item number 2, the action plan for the CDBG and home investment programs. Please come forward here in the library or call or use your raise hand feature on Zoom. Now, if you would like to make comment, ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front. Is there anyone here in the library who would like to make comment on item number 2? Do not see anyone. Denise, is there anyone whose hand is raised on Zoom to comment on item number 2? Just a reminder for anybody who might be watching on Zoom, hover down at the bottom of your screen somewhere, I believe, and you'll get the raise hand option. Click on that so we can see you and unmute you. Denise, do we have anybody who would like to comment on this item?
No, Mayor, I see no raised hand.
Okay, no one on Zoom, no one in the library. We'll close the public comment period. Back to council. Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up, and the councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I had a question and also to clarify Councilmember Yakovich's comment is, I may agree with you, I just say we can't do that. I would like to, but can't do it. When I read the report, Brenda, I noticed here that you said you did not or were not going to the task force this year. Is that something that you are going to continue on, or is it only because of the COVID issues?
We've been, we used to go to the task forces every single year and get rankings on the housing and neighborhood projects. And then whenever we moved to the loan project, the loan product, we didn't have any outside applications. And the task forces were ranking everything the same for, 4 years. So I think the last time we did like a ranking system with them was in 2016. And they were like, why are we doing this every year? So the feedback that we got from the task forces were, the rankings just don't make very much sense. You only have a few projects going on. And so we've been covering that through the adjacent neighborhood task force and working with the officers. So Wyatt actually presents every year with the adjacent neighborhood task force to speak with the leadership of the task forces. We've also on occasion sent out, and our board members have sent out inquiries with the task forces to see if they want presentations. A couple of years ago, we made a very diligent effort to make sure we were scheduled at each of the task forces. And that proved pretty problematic especially for the larger agenda groups. We had just like 4 minutes or something to present, and then we were done. So, we just kind of leave it open for the task forces to request presentations whenever they would like to have something like that. Our programs have been designed by the task forces and our community development board for, I'm going to say, 3 decades. Because I've worked for the city for almost 20 years, and I'm sure that those programs were in place and designed by task forces for the 10 years prior at least. So they've had lots of input over time to design the program so that, we're meeting community needs. And so, we're just kind of hanging back to see what the task forces would like to do, particularly with coronavirus. I mean,
okay,
it's hard.
Thank you, Brenda. Councilmember,
Quick follow-up on that, please.
quickly? Sure.
Thank you. Brenda, I would encourage you to continue to involve the task force. I'll encourage our task force that I attend to seek your input as well, to come there. I first learned about this program through the task force. And and if it hadn't been for you guys coming to the task force, I wouldn't understand what you guys do and how you help in the city. So I encourage you to do that. It does spread the word. Gets people more involved, and so I would encourage you to continue to get their input on the rankings and things like that. It does make the people think. Maybe you don't feel it's doing anything, but it is actually helping and working in the community. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan and accompanying CDBG and home budget allocations as recommended by the Community Development Board.
Councilmember Boyette is holding up 2 fingers, neither of which are broken, so I guess that counts. The third one was having some problems, but that makes for a good enough second. So discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval of the action plan. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. First of all, Brenda, what an amazing amount of really great energy you bring to your job. So thank you so much. It's really contagious. I have been so privileged to, and I guess in your particular department, the group I work most closely with are the Vistas. So I have been so privileged to have been a CASA advocate at the time that the ICWA court was formed, and that was formed as a result of a Vista in our community. And we have so much to be proud of with that. And same with the Food Forest and Yellowstone Substance Abuse Connect Coalition. And we have a Vista that's now a police officer. So I just really want to compliment you and the work that you've done and really credit your board and the entire team, Wyeth and the entire team. You're doing really great work in Billings. And I'm right on board with Mike Yakowicz, and maybe that's a project we'll take on together because I'm ready to go after slumlords too, because I agree. We need to address that. So anyway, thank you so much, Brenda.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. We'll proceed to a vote if there's no further discussion. Okay, if the motion is understood, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council members Koliakowicz, Purinton, Boyette, Neese, Ronning, Joy, Ewald, Chariki, and Shaw. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you for all your work and your staff. Please send our appreciation.
Oh, one little note. If you check the Gazette today, one of our Vista members is featured in the Gazette for starting the first seed bank. Vegetable seed, heirloom seed bank today, so check it out.
Saw that. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor. Development agreement with Lupine Holdings LLC for Certificate of Survey 1889 amended tracks 1A and 1B. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Debbie, you've got the presentation on this, and also I see developer Erin Herringer is available for questions, or if she has a presentation as well. So, Debbie, it's yours.
Thank you. All right, I'll share my screen. It's a very short presentation tonight. Usually with these, I try to keep them short. I think you've seen most of the information. Okay, so just as a reminder, this tract of land is north of Highway 3, west of the airport. And so it was annexed March 22nd, so just last month. And again, it was Lupine Holdings that is the developer, or annexing developer in this case. So this development agreement is, again, very, it outlines the improvements we have. It's very straightforward. If the area is not subdivided, doesn't come in on a subdivision, then this development agreement would basically govern everything that occurs. If the subdivision does come in, we do have an SIA that we use to define additional or define these requirements a little tighter. MDT is the owner of Highway 3, so that makes this somewhat interesting. They do have the final say on the intersection improvements, the approaches, so a lot of what you see in this development agreement does call out the MDT participation in this. The city is the owner of AJ Way, and then the city, or the streets that would be included in the subdivision, so the public streets. And so we would have any of the final say on those street improvements. The development agreement also includes water and sanitary sewer improvement requirements. The water line is located in Highway 3. It's a 12-inch line. The sanitary sewer line is a 5-inch that goes over the rims at that point. So there are some requirements for both the water and sewer extensions there. Storm drain requirements, very typical, just for our storm drain manual. And then on the north side of Highway 3, we did include an 8 to 10 foot sidewalk on the north side of Highway 3 in a waiver. It is not for construction at this point, just due to the fact there's no other sidewalk on that side of the highway. In addition, there's design considerations, and there is a requirement that it's maintained by the property owner. On state highways, we don't actually have a way to fund the maintenance of the paths through there, or the sidewalks. So we do need to put those in so that we do have a maintenance responsibility on that by the property owner. And the waiver is included, again, very standard language on that waiver. The right to protest several things, including a crossing on Highway 3, and then the standard streets, storm, street lights, all that sort of thing. So that is the presentation. I can certainly answer any questions. Aaron is on as well if you have questions for the developer.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions or comments or motion? Councilmember Yakovich.
Your Honor, I move to approve the development agreement with Lupine Holdings LLC as recommended by staff.
Motion is made. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a motion, discussion on the motion. Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering, is there any place else in Billings that we're requiring an 8 to 10 foot sidewalk? Especially when there's going to be a trail across the street?
Debbie.
The reason that we looked at that is because of the proximity to the highway and the high speeds that are there, and it just makes sense that we would have a wider sidewalk on that side, actually on both sides of that highway.
I'll follow the mayor.
Go ahead.
So since it would go nowhere at this point, you're saying that it wouldn't be required to be built at this question?
That's exactly right. It would be, it's just part of the waiver, so it would not be required now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tricky, I recognize, and then Councilmember Neese.
Actually, it was just a comment. Councilmember Yakovich, when you speak, can you take off your mask? You're coming through muffled.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is regarding the 8 to 10 foot sidewalk again. Debbie, I know you said it's a good idea, and I probably don't disagree that it's a good idea, but I think good ideas have to be rooted in policy. Do we have a policy that states that along state roads we have to put in an 8 to 10 foot sidewalk?
Our policy comes down to our standards, and our standards say either a 7 foot curb walk, a 5 foot boulevard walk, or a multi-use trail. At the end of the day, this is going to be MDT's decision. So it is a state highway, and they're the ones deciding on what this is.
Okay, so Mayor, quick follow-up then.
Go ahead.
So the 8 to 10 foot is not a city, you're saying that's a state standard? what they're saying.
It's not necessarily a written standard somewhere. It is what our recommendation and the state's recommendation probably will be when it comes to the point of installing that. Again, just due to how close to the highway it is.
Okay. I would ask that the city kind of research that to make sure we have, if we don't have a policy in place or the state doesn't, that we have a policy that actually we're not just kind of guessing or we're not just assuming the state says that. But I agree with 8 to 10 foot. To me, it makes sense. But I'd like to see that rooted in policy for those higher traffic areas like that along the highway.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, this will connect to the Inner Belt Loop trail on that side, so it's pretty critical. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have big concerns with that 8 to 10 foot sidewalk. Just across the road, we're going to spend $4.6 million to put in a trail sidewalk. And on the north side of the road, I went and drove it just again tonight just to make sure before the meeting started. And you've got the airport and you've got the car wash area and then some open space like, and then you've got the state highway department. Everything there is industrial or commercial. And I believe what they're planning on doing with these subdivisions is more of a commercial type. And you can't put residents there because of the flight way for the airport. So you're not going to have a bunch of people walking the streets as residents. I don't understand what the purpose of requiring this 8 to 10 foot sidewalk. And I too think that if we don't have a policy stating that, I think that we're overstepping our bounds a little bit. Because I'm sure they're going to have a frontage road in front of their businesses with sidewalks there. And as far as the Inner Belt Loop, that's probably a half to 3/4 of a mile away from this property. So I just think it's without a policy in place, I think we're overstepping our bounds on that.
Okay, Councilor Chris Kukulsi, you get your hand up.
Can I just clarify, and Debbie, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have policies. 7 foot attached curb walk, 5 foot detached, or a multi-use path. I think every road in this town, you want a pedestrian walkway on both sides of that road. And I think our policies generally require that, although as Debbie says, this is a state highway, so at the end of the day, they'll make the call on what gets built. And I'd ask you to please envision what North Highway 3 will look like 40 years from now, not today. Just because it's fields today, that's not what we anticipate it will look like 40 years from now. And what you require in the right-of-way, your opportunity is now to set it up for that proper cross-section. So, Debbie, please correct me if I've stated anything incorrectly.
Debbie, I guess that was a question to you.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. And no, you didn't misstate anything. I would say the other consideration that we look at on roads like this is not a normal street where you're going to have a crossing every corner. This is a state highway that you're not going to cross very often. So you need multi-directional traffic, pedestrian and bicycle traffic on both sides of the highway. I mean, pedestrian crossings across here are going to be tunnels or bridges or something of that nature. So we're really trying to accommodate that other aspect of transportation.
Thank you very much. We've got a motion, other comments on the motion? Before we proceed to vote, I don't see any. I'm going to assume, Aaron, you do not have any comments before we vote. But I don't want to cut you off in case you did. Sorry, we're not hearing you, even though it doesn't say you're muted. All right, we'll press ahead. Sorry, technical difficulties. We'll move to our vote. Motion is for approval, consistent with staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council except one, Councilmember Ewald. So if you're voting in opposition, Councilmember Ewald. So motion passes 9-1. Thank you very much. That concludes item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Yes, Mayor, tax increment financing assistance from East Billings Urban Renewal District, EBRD, to J&S Properties for reimbursement of renovation expenses to property located at 1518 First Avenue North, Yellowstone Ice and Water, maximum of $63,085. Billings Industrial Revitalization District, the BIRD Board, recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of BIRD Board recommendation.
Okay, we've got a little bit of tag team here with Wyeth and Zach, so I'll turn it to Wyeth to tell us how we're going to proceed this evening.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. And I am going to hand it off here to Zach Tarakitis with the EBRD to give you the presentation, and then obviously we'll be available for questions after that. And I believe we have at least one of the applicants/agents on the meeting as well. So Zach, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Wyeth. Mr. Mayor, City Council, thanks for taking some time this evening. I have a quick presentation here. Let me share the screen. Great. And I'm not getting this to turn. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Oh, we did this once. One more try here. There we go. Well, come on, can't. There we go. All right, now J&S Properties. J&S Properties, pretty large property owner in our district. They have quite a few businesses attached to those properties. This is an existing business they have that'll be expanding operations. Prospect will be hiring 48 new employees. It's a rehabilitation of a high visibility location. I'll show you that map in a moment. And it's definitely part of a larger growth plan. It'll impact multiple other properties related to this project, one of which you've seen already. These are our typical project drivers: EBRD Master Plan, Section 1.3, economic growth in the district. It's a bird board focus area as of June 2020 through the end of this year with these mixed use and industrial centers, expanding existing businesses and catalyst projects, SEPTED best practices, which you'll see that as part of this, elimination and prevention of blight, and improvements that will generate tax increment. Per eBird and MCA. Neighborhood view, the property that we're discussing is in blue right here. This is a zoomed out. We're going to zoom in here in a moment. This yellow property will be involved with this property, and I'll explain that relationship. This is First Avenue North. So we're all at this Pierce Packing Plant, Lazy KT Hotel. So that gives you an idea. Here's Montana Avenue right here as well. So this is the property in question. Zooming in on that a little bit further, just a couple key notes on this that we'll talk about is the majority of the funding is about the infrastructure related to this area. I've got this little indicator right here. There's a power pole actually in the alleyway. I'll show you in a visual here in a moment. The J&S Properties also owns this property on the corner, and you can see some of the improvements that were made on that property years ago. They're hoping to kind of repeat that to increase the quality of look and attainability from that off of First Avenue for customers and clients coming in for the business. Current state of the property, here in the large view, this is an alleyway. It has a whole lot going on here. But one thing that's not listed in the application is they're working with Northwestern Energy right now to figure out this whole configuration right now. Obviously, a lot of issues with getting through this alleyway as it connects to the alley that goes behind, which is down in this picture image right here. We have some quality issues with asphalt. That's all included on there. And then just the quality of the frontage on First Avenue is pretty poor for this particular property and going down. But the nice part is Pierce Packing Plant, and across the street we have a nice project on 4th. We feel like we're moving from east to west some nice development along there. The adjacent property, I think it was 2 weeks ago, you approved a zoning change just to the west of Pierce Packing Plant, which was that yellow rectangle that I showed in the earlier slide. I just wanted to show that this particular property, the business that will be located in there, will be associated with the manufacturing plant that's going on this location. So there will be additional employees in this location as well. And our hopes are that with the infrastructure investment on this property, and then eventually in this area as well. Been working and speaking with their architect for both of these projects. They're trying to solve a lot of problems with the street and the back end diagonal parking, et cetera, et cetera. So there's definitely a larger strategic goal here to continue the development from Pierce Packing Plant heading west. And you can see our beautiful bird light poles in there that are sitting in dirt, and we hope that'll be different at some point there along Montana Avenue and along 16. But again, not what we're talking about tonight, but it's in relation to something that will be coming down the line with this larger development that was approved for a zoning change a few weeks ago. Our review committee, we had a training this spring, and so they were really diligent through this. And as well as our board, we had a training with them this spring as well on just on how to look at applications. We went through and really parsed through the eligible expenses, the ones that were looked at that we know we like infrastructure in the bird, moving and replace the asphalt, sidewalk, curb and approach, the designs and plans and permits, appraisals, demolition, construction. Then the things that we eliminated pretty quickly were sign products, parking lot striping, and security system that were included in there. So I know we're at a much higher percentage than what we normally look at, but I'll explain that again a little bit further here. Our recommendation by the Bird Board of Directors after the review committee really spent a lot of time on this and then kind of made the recommendations after that was approval of the application. It is almost a third of the project. The identified eligible project costs and also the overall project costs. I've had a lot of conversations with these property owners that there's a lot of costs related to Northwestern Energy on both of these properties because the tangled lines and poles and the lack of infrastructure that surrounds those properties that weren't included in these costs. And Wyatt and I went back and forth a little bit because we made some estimations, and he's like, there's no point in guesstimate on some of these things when there's no actual costs yet. So the owners have chosen to leave all of that stuff out that would probably be eligible to some extent because we are dealing with a lot of the infrastructure, but they just don't have Northwest Energy caught up on that yet. So we know that the overall total project improvement costs were hard costs we had bids on, that the owner had done the due diligence to get all that done to $234,398. We're fully aware that the $63,085 is 27% of the eligible project costs, and but there's a lot that's being left out by the owner because they have to deal with it as it is. The other things that we want to consider as a whole picture piece, like I just explained, some of these additional moving pieces or moving of those power lines and dealing with Northwestern Energy. Connecting with these neighborhood projects around that area that we hope that entire block will really increase with the quality of infrastructure. They're doing the effort on the parking overlay designs that we have for 15th and 16th, which are on both sides of these properties. And then in addition, not mentioning their business because the property owners they do have competitors in town that may or may not need to know that they're growing at this rate. But they have other property that, as this all develops, it will open up another 3/4 of a city block for possible redevelopment because they'll be moving that business, putting it in closer proximity, taking an empty lot and behind this property we were talking about, and try to stay focused on that. But they are pretty well connected, in our opinion. There'll be a 3/4 of a city block that would be available for redevelopment. So I think that's what I have. So any questions would be welcome.
Okay, council, just a reminder, some point we'll need a motion. There is no public hearing on this item. Are there questions for the or for Zach or staff? Councilmember Shaw, Yakowicz, Neese?
Actually, Councilmember Yakowicz was before me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Yakowicz, Shaw, Neese.
I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance for eBird to J&S Properties for reimbursement of renovations expenses to property at 1518 First Avenue North as recommended by the Bird Board.
Okay.
Is that good, Mr. Cherokee? You can hear me?
All right, we got thumbs up. Councilmember Shaw had a couple fingers up for a second. So we have a motion. Motion is for approval. Discussion. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Zach, I believe it was the same owner we helped with some demolition of the old Danny manholes that burned, what was the Restore?
You bet.
And I drove by last year, and there's a huge, now a blighted dirt pile in there, and now there's still, as I understood, there may still be a dirt pile there. I'm a little hesitant to approve TIF funds for someone who is, we provided the money for before in the past. They did a great job of clearing the lot, and then suddenly they filled it with a big dirt pile. And it doesn't look good. It's been there a very long time.
Yep.
So is there something I'm missing? Can we, I guess I'm concerned about how we can expect the owners to follow through on the same project without creating some more blight in the city.
You bet. No, it's a great point. I mean, as a complete side note, I have a very cool job that, I mean, right now in the Bird, I'm driving people around the Bird, partnered up with all of our realtors in town. I mean, we have a tremendous amount of action happening over in the neighborhood. I think it's a matter of timing. I think it's a matter of all the construction building challenges we have in the city right now for some of these things to move forward. The piece that you're talking about across the street is a huge property that, they have a big sign up front showing what the potential development could look like. And yeah, it's a tough spot there to figure that out. Plus, part of a bigger strategy in the Bird is the public safety, knowing that we have the #1 and #2 crime centers in the city, in our district, both of which are being addressed right now. That dirt pile is adjacent to a pretty challenging location in our neighborhood. Doesn't excuse exactly what you pointed out, because you're right. It doesn't help our neighborhood to have that sitting empty. I think it's going to require some vision and somebody really taking a big chance to come in right in the center of the district for a large project like that. But I do understand it. I think that if the architect they're working with right now, both the plans they have laid out for these locations are very well thought out. Again, they're addressing all of the street sidewalks and everything as part of their development plans, which I don't think is abnormal, but they're really high quality designs from what I've seen so far that are actively, I mean, they're working on it now. It'll be open. So I know it's hard to disconnect those two, but.
Mayor, if you don't mind.
Follow up, Councilor Neese, go ahead.
It's not so much a follow-up as I'd like to amend the motion to condition this award, this grant, based upon the removal and the property in order to maintain prior grants in unblighted condition.
So you'd actually make a motion on a different project, condition this on completion of the other project.
Not completion.
Or not completion, but
it's to maintain the prior projects in unblighted condition. I mean, we funded them in prior projects, and they created blight. So unless there's a second, I guess it'll drop.
Okay. And before we look for a second, I'm just actually asking for clarification. There's been no money paid out on the other project, right? It's dependent upon completion. Is that true? Zach or Wyeth, can you clarify? No money's been paid out. Zach?
I just got a message that the dirt pile that's on the property at this point is from the hospital expansion at the Billings clinic that they're just storing there as a favor to the clinic for location. So that's the only reason the dirt's there, is it's close in town. So that was one of the owners just sent me the information. He's traveling.
Okay, there is a motion, but is there a second to the motion? We need to deal with that. I don't see a second, so we will move on. We still have the underlying motion. Discussion, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment in support of the motion, and also this was a very well done packet from my perspective. The chart that you gave us that had the exact expenses that we were approving and the percentage that we're approving, fantastic. The memo was really good. Anyway, I just wanted to say kudos. I think it was succinct, but it answered all the questions I had, and this would be a good model for future presentations, even from other TIP districts. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other discussion on the underlying motion? Any other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Any other? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to vote. Again, the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Boyette, Yakowicz, Purington, Ronning, Ewald, Shaw, Treacy, and Joy. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition is Councilmember Ewald. Or I'm sorry, Councilmember Neese. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Yes, Mayor. Tax financing assistance from Downtown Urban Renewal District to Montana Rescue Mission for reimbursement of remodeling expenses. The property located at 2822 Minnesota Avenue, $420,000 in 2 installments of $210,000 per fiscal year. Downtown Billings Partnership, the DBP Board, recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of DBP Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. Before we look to Wyeth and Mamet for their tag team presentation on this, looks like Councilmember Neese has a question or comment. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be abstaining from this topic as the Montana Rescue Mission happens to be my client through the MRN Bargain Center, so I'll be turning off my camera and be silent for the rest of this time. Thank you. No, just this.
Okay, I didn't say that, but okay. All right. Okay, back to Wyeth and Mamet. Wyeth, how are we proceeding?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And like the previous application, I'm going to pass it over to Mamet to make the presentation, and we'll be available for questions. And as you heard from Mr. Lundgren earlier in the public comment, and one of the architects as well, there are some agents and applicants also available this evening for questions. So with that, I'll let Mamet take it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Wyeth, and good evening, Mayor and Council. And I will be also trying my best to be as concise and brief as possible to be respectful of your time, and appreciate your patience with us here. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes.
Perfect. So yes, tonight I am here for a tax increment financing project presentation within the downtown area. Before you see a sneak peek of a couple of pictures of the properties that are going to be discussed tonight on Minnesota Avenue and First Avenue South, both between South 29th and South 28th or Broadway. The applicant, as you've heard earlier, is the Montana Rescue Mission, local establishment here serving the homeless population in the Billings community and the surrounding area. As we all know, they've been in operation for quite some time, 73 plus years, and they're moving forward with their project of a one-stop shop, sort of unified campus that is aimed to have a modernized, efficient facility that provides wraparound, well-rounded services. And by doing so, they will have a shelter that will house men, women, and families all together under the same roof, but within their own quarters. But also they will have access to more privacy and more other amenities that they normally don't have. necessarily access to. But by doing so, also the women's shelter building that currently houses the women's shelter will no longer be under the umbrella of the Montana Rescue Mission, and is currently being pursued to be purchased by another group. Project merits and compliance with guiding documents. As usual, we look at the city's TIF resolution, the urban renewal plan for the downtown area, the downtown strategic plans, and the Montana Code annotated. This particular application complies well within the preferred threshold of the match on the city side of things. And other documents, we're also looking at the retention of a long-lasting community service establishment like Montana Rescue Mission. We're eliminating and mitigating, preventing a lot of blight, particularly speaking in the Granny's Attic building, but arguably also in other buildings. We're eliminating long-lasting vacancies. They're rehabbing all of these buildings and existing structures to enhance the longevity and the integrity of those buildings. Those improvements are complying with the set best practices and values, and the activation of that space altogether is going to dovetail nicely off of the other engagement that's happening on Minnesota Avenue. Project location in terms of the urban renewal map and boundary itself, as well as a screenshot of the structure, the existing structure right now as you look at it from an aerial shot on Google Maps. This is Granny's Attic, this is the men's shelter, and then this is the building in the back that's named Building 21 based on its address. And this here is a conceptual design. This is the hope for the new look where Granny's Attic side of things will match the appearance of the men's shelter, or will carry over that look. And in terms of the layout of the whole campus itself, this is what it'll look like. So the consolidated shelter, 2 stories of that building here, as well as the low-income apartments, are all going to be in here. The rest of this building will be converted into this surface where it offers additional parking for the low-income apartments, but also adds a covered bike storage area with a garden and a play area and landscaping, and maintain access to the alley here. And then back here, this is currently just a parking lot. It will maintain some parking options here, but it will add more outdoor spaces for playing and gathering, some with grass, some without, and pet area, an elevated patio area, an open smoking area in the back. And then this building 21 will be the transformational communal space that has the other facility or the other services and offerings. We'll zoom in a little bit too, just to get another look at the whole structure. So this is the shelter side of things, where we'll have the women's quarters, the families quarters, and the men's quarters, as well as a respite section that will address either some individualized care that's needed, or space for more shelter needs, all with several options of bunks. But most noticeably is you'll notice that each living quarter has its own private bathroom, as opposed to currently a lot of the spaces have the communal dorm type bathroom in each hall. And this is the main level, the street level. Upstairs, you'll have the low-income apartments broken down into 3 categories. Some are similar to studio settings. They're called efficiency apartment. And then you'll have 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And then last but not least, the building on First Avenue South. This is where you're going to have a multi-purpose auditorium here, vocational and automotive training space here, a daycare service here, then a beauty, a barber salon here with a lounge area, classroom area, private office spaces for those that are training to be in a professional industry, and then training space, computer lab, exercise room, and the medical clinic with individual exam rooms. And so With that, the partnership is recommending a reimbursement not to exceed $420,000. And for simplicity's sake, it's broken down equally among these categories to focus on structural and repair and stabilization that's necessary and needed for all those buildings, as well as any relevant demo work. It's also going to have some exterior facade improvement in the building, so that's the exterior brickwork, the metal and framing of both the entrances and the doors and the windows, any improvements on the sidewalks, and then as well septic improvements that enhance the landscaping and the streetscaping and the lighting around that entire campus. The total project then is going to be a little north of $12 million. And the TIF investment of that is up to $420,000, and then that leaves the applicant with a private investment of over 11.5 of their own dollars, 11.5 million of their own private dollars. And with that, I will open it up to questions, comments, but I do have, as Wyeth mentioned, both Matt and Oksana from the Montana Rescue Mission, Al, the architect from Schutz-Foss Architects, and some representation in regards to the finances with, I believe, Don or Shane. And yeah, I'll stop sharing as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to make sure that Matt or his team have an opportunity to speak, but we can start with some initial questions, I guess, and if they want to transition into comments, they can do so. I'm just going to start with the question and turn it to Councilmember Biakovich. My question is to Mamet. The original ask was was more than $1.5 million. The committee and the partnership recommended probably about 30% of that. What was the justification for such a so much smaller percentage than the ask?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. Yes, the original ask was 1.5 mil, which is still also based on the size of the project, well within the 5-to-1 match. But based on the size of the project, based on available funds to award for this project, as well as if we want to entertain any future projects, and based on the project merits itself and the improvements and the goals and objectives of the grant itself and all the guiding documents, as well as also a discussion that we had with the applicant about the nature of the reimbursements and the desire to have them somewhat close or consecutively after the project completion, not over the long period of time. As we all know, if when we look at larger grants, like 1.5 or larger, we might be looking at a much longer period of reimbursements. And so based on all these factors, the determination to pick that number was to do the 5-to-1 ratio off of the qualified expenses, which is a little over 2.5 million. And that's how the committee came up with the number of 420.
Okay, Councilor Biakovich?
Thank you, Honored Council. I move to approve the tax increment finance assistance from downtown for reimbursement of remodeling expenses to property located at 2624 Montana Avenue, up to a maximum of $665,765, as recommended by the Downtown Billings Partnership Board.
Okay, Councilmember Biakovich, what's you mentioned a $600,000 number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's up to.
Where it was a $420,000 in 2 installments.
My notes are maybe from a couple days ago.
Mayor and Council.
Wyeth? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a clarification. I believe Councilmember Yakovich has his printed packet maybe prior to a correction that had to be made regarding the language that was not the memo, but the recommendation language. And that was an artifact. So hopefully the electronic version or later version will have the correct number, the 420,000 as presented.
would you like me to reread that?
That'd be great, Councilmember Yakovich.
I am becoming an artifact. Okay. I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance for downtown urban renewal district to Montana Rescue Mission for reimbursement of remodeling expenses to property located at 2822 Minnesota Avenue, $420,000 in 2 installments of $210,000 per fiscal year, as recommended by the Downtown Billings Partnership Board.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyette has a couple fingers up, so he'd like to make the second.
Second.
Okay. I recognize Councilmember Boyette on the second. So discussion now on the motion. So just Councilmember Ronning and then Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. Mamet, I have 2 questions for you. One is, can you just clarify, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly or not, but the 11 plus million in private investment, does that include the tax credits at all?
Very good question. Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Ronning. My understanding is, yes, that includes the low-income tax credit, low-income housing tax credit, as part of their private investment.
Okay,
but they do have to match that fund locally.
Okay, and that's around 10, was that around 10 million?
6, I believe.
6, okay. And then are you including the tax credits in the 5-to-1 match? Is that being included in that or not?
It's you mean included as their private investment portion? Yes.
Okay. And then the second question I had is, so you're presenting asking council to approve, it looked like it was 140,000, 140,000, 140,000 in 3 different categories broken up. Is the idea that the DBP is allocating $140,000 for each one of those categories, and then but you're not really approving anything really specific? It's just going to be kind of whatever was presented on that slide. It just has to fit in one of those areas. And the reason I'm asking is we just had this presentation by the e-board where it was very specific what we were approving. And this feels a little bit vague to me.
No, a very good question. Thank you again for that. The idea behind that was there were 3 sort of themes that are rising from the qualified expenses, the eligible expenses, and those are the 3. And so, but at the end of the day, the board actually ultimately approved the reimbursement to be up to $420,000 towards any or all of those categories. So in other words, you can, as council, you can even approve the entire grant to go just towards demolition. In fact, if I remember off the top of my head, their demolition costs alone are well north of $430,000. So the grant itself can just fund that and call it good. But to be sort of collaborative or provide a grant towards multiple categories, we broke it down in this fashion. But again, yeah, it can be all dedicated towards the facade building improvement or just demolition or a little bit of everything. But at the end of the day, both myself and city staff, we do our due diligence in looking at paid invoices and receipts of projects to cross-reference it with what was approved by council, and only then the reimbursement would be released if it confirms that the expenses are what was approved by council. Does that make sense?
Let me, Councilmember.
Bizarre, but yeah, okay.
Councilmember Running, were you asking whether, because they broke it down and to get to 420, that they have to show some sort of accounting that they will spend 120, whatever the number was, on each of those 3 categories, or they can use the money any way they want? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, I guess I was asking for a little bit more clarity on what you're actually asking City Council to approve. It feels like we're just being asked to approve a list of items that may or may not happen within those general categories. That's just what it feels to me, Mehmet. So I want you to know that. And I feel just that the responsibility of council is to really approve specific qualification of funds. So that's just my comment to you. Thank you.
No, yeah, I understand that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, my understanding is that if they get the 420, they can use it on anything as long as they're on qualified amounts, or I'm sorry, on qualified projects that you've identified. Is there any question about that, Mehmet? I mean,
No, yeah, and actually the application included, maybe YF wants to comment on that too, but the application included 22 pages of detailed expenses of what the whole project encompasses. Out of that 22 pages, there's a couple of pages that talk about those 2.5 mil qualified expenses, and that's where we will extract expenses to reimburse up to 420.
okay. Okay, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a question I'm not sure. The development agreement is between the city and MRM LLC. It is registered at the Secretary of State's office as a domestic nonprofit corporation without members. So I'm confused as to if it's a nonprofit, why are we signing in a development agreement with an LLC? If it's MRM as an LLC, are they responsible for property taxes, or are they exempt based on their nonprofit corporation without members? Thank you.
Councilmember Joy, thank you again for that question. What you see before you is a template for the development agreement. What I do once everything is through, I go back and verify with both the attorneys and the legal office, our team, and the applicants, making sure all the names are accurate. So then we would come back and make sure all the names mentioned are correct and appropriate before any signatures take place. But to my knowledge, and as far as I understand, the Montana Rescue Mission is a tax-exempt nonprofit. So this project in itself, these improvements on this particular campus, while it's improving the resources and the buildings themselves, the increments we're looking at generating are in the surrounding vicinity, as well as what the women's shelter building will generate when it goes back to a tax-paying entity or owned by a tax-paying entity, because currently it's also under the Montana Rescue Mission. I believe Al might have a comment or an addition as well.
And also Matt Lundgren, is the sole member of the LLC a 501c3? Okay, so that's the catch, that the LLC can be tax exempt as long as its sole member is a nonprofit 501c corporation. So that's the deal. There's one member. So whether that's the right structure or not, I don't know. But that's, and I'm very confident of this because I looked it up on Google.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Googling that.
Google is never wrong. So apparently but it's an interesting question. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. And I just want to go back to what Councilmember Ronning was talking about, because, and I guess this is more of a question for YF. I know that we've talked about this numerous times about the procedure in submitting these applications to council. And to me, it just seems so nebulous. $140,000 for the SEPTED, and it's like, well, we're just going to spend the money anywhere within $420,000. And yes, you may know what the approved expenses are, and then you'll just start plugging those in. So I'm not certain why you even set up these 3 tiers if you can spend it for anything. So Wyeth, I'm just trying to understand, because I know that you advise these projects. So what is your comment to that? When we just had the eBird present such a well thought out presentation with statutes, with percentages, and we know exactly where it's going, and this one we really don't. I don't have a problem with it, but with the project as a whole, but I'm just really concerned about how these things are given to us.
Yes, Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council. I guess I would refer you to the memo because it does call out, and I guess it sounds like you're asking for even more specifics, but it does call out specifically the qualified expenses are related to exterior restoration, foundation, structural improvements, and crime prevention through environmental design, the SEPTED, which is involves landscaping, lighting, and streetscape improvements. So we did call that out at that level. Obviously, we can call it out at a greater level going forward. And then also in that memo, we tie in table 2, we tie the qualified improvements again in those categories back to the different portions of the downtown Billings plan, the TIP policy, the urban renewal plan, and Montana code. So similar approach, but certainly understand we can, literally duplicate like the eBird worksheet and do it that way. But those are the categories of where these things would be expended. So hopefully that's helpful.
We'll just follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
And I get that part, Wyeth, and I understand that. But I think it was just mentioned that we can use that money in any of these 3 categories within the $140,000. So if you don't spend it all in the SEPTED, then that means to me that you're saying that you can put it in one of these other categories. I guess that's where I'm going with it. It's not real definitive to me.
So Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council, I guess if you're asking or, clarifying not just what the items are, but where the actual amounts that total the 240 would be attached to, we could certainly do that as well in the future. As Mehmet mentioned, they had their entire 22-page project cost sheets, and then they have, different segments. We could certainly do that. That'd be a little different than what eBird did, but that's certainly a possibility to try to tie it as closely as possible to each of those items and make it very similar.
Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if I could get the permission to have Matt come to the deal up there.
You bet, that'd be great. Matt Lundgren, Executive Director of Rescue Mission.
Matt, could you please give us kind of a short synopsis of how you run that program? So many days they have to do this, so many days that, and how you're trying to improve people's lives and keep people off the streets. And you might want to take your mask off so we can hear you better when you're talking.
Yes.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Ewald, for the invitation, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me tonight. And I think you all get the Iron Buns Award for tonight's meeting, and you're not done yet, so I'll try to be brief. We take anyone that comes to us at the Montana Rescue Mission, and we work with people. As soon as people come to us, they're given a case manager and an intake. And intake basically is where we ask them questions about how they're doing and what they need from us. And what we try to do then is match them with our mental health therapists, our licensed addiction counselors, our medical clinic, and so on to meet all their needs. Once they're stabilized and we get them on their meds or whatever they might need, then we immediately begin working with the case manager to make a plan for them to exit homelessness. We exist to help people move out. And everyone's going to have a different timeline. Some people might take 3 months to get their meds straight. Some people might not need meds. But we're going to work with every individual to get them back on their feet. And it's really, our job is to equip them and set them up for success. Their job is to follow through on their program and to work towards success. And so some people, it might take a couple of years. Some people, it might take a couple of months. But we're going to work with everyone to the best of our ability to move people out of homelessness.
Are you still requiring 2 hours of service time?
Yeah, everyone is assigned a chore at the shelter, whether it be peeling potatoes or making beds or doing laundry or sweeping the floor. Some people are not able to do that if they're in a wheelchair, for example, or something, so obviously we'll adapt to them. But everyone is required to do a chore. Just like in my house, people have to unload and reload the dishwasher. Everyone pitches in. Thank you very much. While we got Matt here, Councilmember, other questions, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mr. Lundgren, I didn't see you through the podium, so I would have asked the question a little bit earlier. You have planned 200 units. So where do you see that 200 units in your present number of guests? And how do you see your growth? Is 200 units something you're going to fill quickly, or is that a capacity that's beyond where you are right now? Thank you.
Yeah. I wish I had a crystal ball and I could tell you, but I do know our average for the last year has been around 90, 97 people. So 200, we're doubling that. And, you know, we are a privately funded organization, so we're doing our best to raise money. If the city would like to contribute more to us, we can build more beds for the future. But our goal is not to increase homelessness in Billings. Our goal is to decrease homelessness by getting people back into the workforce and back into homes. We feel that 200 is adequate. We've had the number of beds we've had since, 1946, and we have never been full, and we don't anticipate being full in the future because we make arrangements for folks. Our flexible space is built in such a way that if we have to add shelter beds or change configuration, we can certainly do that. But our goal is to grow incrementally as Billings grows, but not outgrow the need. And it's also fund independent. Really, we really do need the TIF funds to help us go forward with this project. It's just part of the deal. We've had a great community support, and we could really use this extra bump to help us move forward.
Another follow-up, please, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Ewald and running hand up, Councilmember Yakovich.
Oh, I got my mask tangled with my glasses. So, Matt, for all the people that are sitting out there in Zoom land or listening on Channel 7 tonight, if they got a little extra money and they want to help you out, could you let them know how they can help you achieve this goal to get that going? Absolutely.
MontanaRescueMission.org. They can help us there, or they can stop by. The community has had a huge outpouring of support for what we're doing, so thank you. MontanaRescueMission.org. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning and Yakovich.
Thank you. Mine's for Wyeth.
Oh, thank you. Wyeth.
So Wyeth, just to kind of comment on what you were saying. So I served on that committee where we wrote that memo. And my understanding, those categories that we put in there, those were general categories meant to be a general direction to the TIF districts, not to be what the TIF districts use to identify what funds are and then not come to council and give a more detailed description of where those funds are going. It was those categories were to say to the TIF districts, these are the general areas in which those funds can be used, but you do have to come to council and give details as to how those funds are being used in those categories. That's just my understanding of when we were writing that memo. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Honor Council. Just quickly, Matt, comment and question is, I walk by your area a lot, and it's clean. Really appreciate it, because that's my walking route there. And I happened to go in there a few weeks ago, met Stuart and Michael, and they were very professional. They didn't know who I was, very respectful. And I find that with many of the people that I meet from their mission, just a good attitude, I appreciate the effort you're putting into the facility, but also the people. But one of my questions is that the women's shelter is being sold, and so you're consolidating. And could you just give me a nutshell your vision of that? Rescue Mission sounds like it's going to be more of a family unit. Could you just touch on that?
Yeah, our goal is to be smarter with donor dollars, frankly. And right now it costs me a great deal to staff and fund having two separate front desks that are open 24/7. During the pandemic, when Walmart stopped being 24 hours, Albertson stopped being 24 hours, nothing was open besides the hospitals, the jail, and the police, and us. And it's very expensive to keep two desks open 24/7. So by consolidating with one desk, we're going to save donor dollars and be more effective. Secondly, we have a couple of buildings that are over 100 years old. And by making a new building, we'll have elevators, we'll have individual showers rather than gang showers, individual bathrooms rather than group bathrooms. It's going to be more humane. It's going to be more dignified for people, and we're going to have more individualized rooms. Imagine the men's shelter has a barracks about this size with 100 bunks in it. It's just not conducive to sleeping if Larry over there is sleeping and Tom over here can't sleep, right? So it's going to be so much better for our community and help people to get healing faster, get on their feet faster, get back into society. So yes, the women's shelter is under contract. In fact, I have a backup offer ready to go if the first one falls through. We're serious about getting that back on the tax rolls. It is in the opportunity zone. That's right next to Silla's Bakery, so you can get the Great Cinnamon rolls. So our goal is to move out of that as soon as possible so that we can get our shelter up and going. But we need the sale of that to help fund the project because it's a huge ask. We have not received city money or tax money in our 75 years of existence. We've done it all on public donations. And so this will be really our first foray into this and the low-income housing tax credits. And we've been serving the city for, like I said, 75 years free of charge. And now we're coming and saying, can you please help us? And we really do need your help.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington?
So I have two questions. One is for you, Matt. We spoke briefly on the phone several months ago regarding our homeless teens. And I believe I read someplace in the packet that you're only accepting overnighters for 18 and older. Is that correct? Did I see that correctly?
No, that's not correct. We accept people who are in families who are less than 18, or if someone is an emancipated minor.
Do they have to be designated as emancipated?
That would be really a question for my case managers and the people. We need everyone on a case-by-case basis, but technically in Montana, if I understand the law correctly, if someone's 18 and they come to us, our first call is really to CPS to make sure they're okay, because the state doesn't recognize, anyone caring for minors other than their parents or the state.
Okay. And so, thank you. And so now a question that I have, and I guess this would, I don't know who this goes to. Do we want to see a better structure of how these funds will be used moving forward with this vote? I don't have an issue with funding this project for the city. I believe what Matt said is true, and I think it is a legitimate ask. But yet I do have an issue with the process of how it was given to council. So I guess I just have to put it out there to council. Do we need to either make an amendment or to delay this? I don't know that it's going to make any difference for a delay. So Wythe, I don't know if that's a question for you. It's also a question for council members, how to proceed with that. Because I'm almost of a mind not to vote for this, just procedurally to get those funds designated a little bit tighter.
Wythe, do you want to comment on that?
Sure, Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council. I guess I would, given the situation, given the last application for this district was formatted exactly the same as this when we awarded the Burger Dive and the Stone Building and Kibler and Kirch, that if we want to make this adjustment, that going forward we will adapt and bring in basically the worksheet format like what the eBird is using and what the South Billings is doing started a similar modification. So I guess I would ask that we move forward tonight. I think we're clear with those categories of the expenditures and where these funds can be used. I don't think there's any doubt there, and we know what they're proposing to use for those expenditures. And then the next application that comes forward, we will update the way it's identified in the memo and the attachments.
Okay, Council, I think we are ready for a vote. We could talk about the format here for a long time. If we were really concerned about where the dollars went because it was close to, a 5-to-1 match or here issue, but by my calculation, this amounts to about 3.5% of the total project. So that's my comment. So I'm gonna move to a vote. The motion is for approval. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council Members Cole, Boyette, Yakowicz, Ewalt, Chiriki, Joy, and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council Members Purington, Ronning, Purington and Ronning. Did we get them all?
Lisa abstained.
Yeah, and Councilmember Neese did not abstain. Councilmember Tricky, were you voting in opposition?
No. I'm just kind of confused about this issue because basically we're saying you're going to be reimbursed if you money in specific categories. I don't know what more we can do.
Okay, Councilmember Tricky, we appreciate your comment. The vote is passed. I wasn't sure if you were, addressing the procedure on the vote. So if we got everybody's vote recognized, Denise, did you get everybody's vote tabulated there? You did. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Brings us then to thank you, Matt. Thank you. Brings us then to item number 6. You've been thinking about whether we want to proceed with our work session. After this item, we'll have a little discussion at some point about our timing. But let's deal with item number 6. Denise, would you read item number 6?
Yes, Mayor, it's a resolution adopting application and renewal fees for a massage and spa facility license. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So I have two slides, I guess. This first slide is the rates set out in the resolution, setting the fees for the massage spa facility license that you approved earlier this evening. The intent here was to keep the initial cost consistent with our current business license, so there would not, that was to remove one of the barriers, I think, that was brought up. So our recommendation was to reduce the application fee from the current $55 rate that it is for our business license. We reduce it to $25 because they have to get the fingerprint background check, which has some cost to them not coming to the city. There's a fee to Montana Department of Justice I believe it's the DOJ, to get the background check, as well as potentially a fee to obtain the fingerprinting. It can be done at the city police department, but any law enforcement agency can do it, and there may be a fee for that. All of that to say, our goal is to keep it at $55 for their costs, so there would not be additional costs beyond what they currently pay for the business license. Our recommendation was to increase that to $55 after 1 year, giving all existing businesses 1 year to comply with the new ordinance, and then after that, the fee would be consistent with the current business license fee. The renewal fee does not require background check, so our recommendation is that the annual renewal fee be set at $55, which is consistent with the current business license. There was an email from a council member preparing to make a substitute to this, and I have that available if that motion is made and seconded. With that, I will stop sharing.
Okay, discussion or questions for staff or a motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd ask Andy if he could share the schedule that I had sent him, and I'd like to make a motion based upon that schedule. So I'll make a motion to approve the resolution adopting the application of renewal fees for massage and spa facility licenses as modified by my recommendation shown here below, which is the initial application fee of $25 and the annual renewal fee of $55 and for any application submitted on or after 4/27, with the key differences is no difference, no increase after a year.
Second.
Okay, motion is made, seconded by Councilmember Ronning. So the motion is to lock in that $25 blue light special as an initial charge for any new business indefinitely, instead of it having going away after a year. So motion is made, seconded, discussion on the motion. Andy, I'll ask you, just so I can, there you go, so I can see. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmembers Shaw and Neese?
Thank you. I have no problem with this. Makes sense. My question for Gina, I think this is for Gina, is do we have other industries that we license at the city level that we also require background checks and fingerprinting for that are going to come to us and say, hey, if they get a discount, why don't I get a discount? Or are the other background and fingerprinting mostly at the state level?
We do not have any other applications for business licenses that we require a background check. So the state may, I don't have that information.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know on the city level. So thank you that we weren't going to have, 15 other industries saying, why do they get special treatment? So that's what I just wanted clarification on. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, do you want to comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to clarify or make sure that the reason I'm making this amendment is to really, as we've told the massage therapists and the facility owners, that we would not be having any increase in their fees, and that is ongoing. So we always are going to get new businesses. Even some current businesses may change ownership, and they would have to reapply for a license and go through the process. So this just ensures that we're keeping, doing what we said we would do. So thank you for your support.
Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just have a question for Andy. Our current fee is $55. When was the last time that was adjusted in any direction? Because this has been the direction of council so very often. So to be consistent, when was the last time our business license fee was looked at? Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Councilmember Joy, thank you for the question. The last time the fee was looked at was quite a long time ago. I believe it was in the 70s. I was pretty young then. So it has been quite a while. And if I may, Mayor and Councilmember Neese, one point of clarification: if an existing business is purchased by a new owner, there's actually just a $20 transfer fee. They don't currently have to get a new license. That will not exist in this situation because we do require all business owners to go through that process.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. So if somebody is going to start up a business, say in 2023, then they have to pay $30 plus $55 because they got to get fingerprinted, plus they got to buy a city license for $55.
But if this passes, I think the motion is it's a $25 initial fee for their first year.
Any time, 10 years from now too?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless we change it, of course, between now and then. Any other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any, so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Boyette, Yakowicz, Running, Shaw, and Neese. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Purington, Ewald, Treaky, and Joy. So motion passes 6-4. That concludes item number 6. Let's do public comment on non-agenda items. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items? Is there anybody present in the library? There's nobody present in the library anymore. We have worn them down. Denise, is there anybody on Zoom? If you are on Zoom and you'd like to comment on something that was not on our agenda, this is your opportunity to do so. You need to ask to be unmuted by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. Denise, do we have anybody that you see that is signaling a raised hand to make comment on non-agenda items?
No, Mayor.
Okay.
No one has hand raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close the public comment on non-agenda items. We'll ask for council initiatives, and then we'll have a little discussion before we adjourn. Council initiatives, or do we have any council initiatives this evening? Don't see any. So before we adjourn, the issue is whether to proceed. It's now 2 minutes before 10. Chris Kukulski, tell us how long you would expect the work session on budget. My understanding, it's about a 20 to 30 minute presentation. You're not looking for any decisions tonight. There might be some questions, but at the late hour, I would hope there would not be many questions, or we could punt to a later time. Chris, can you tell us a little more about those options?
So my prediction would be you're looking at about a 25-minute presentation. We got about 40 slides. The idea is not to get direction from you tonight. It's to tee up the budget so that if you walk away with when we've got printed copies for you tonight, you walk away with that printed version, you kind of get an introduction to it to set you up that 3 weeks from now, we start getting into details and questions. So I think you're looking at roughly a half an hour plus whatever dialogue you want to have after Andy and I present it.
Okay, did you say you have 40 slides?
That is correct.
Okay.
A lot of pictures and graphs.
I like lots of pictures and graphs, so.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, council, you got various options. We can, and you didn't describe the punt option.
Yeah. What I would ask if you punt is that we punt two things. Next Monday night is a work session. It's not a real heavy agenda, but some of us are out of town next Monday night, including myself. So I'd actually asked if you punt, to consider punting the entire work session to next Wednesday, and we could handle it all next Wednesday. You get out of that cycle, fitting it in is tough with agendas that are coming up, and getting the introduction to you before May 17, 18, and 19, when we really start getting into the meat of it. So either do we tackle it tonight, or if we punt, consider punting the budget to the following Wednesday. And if that, you might as well punt the work session to the Wednesday, so that we only have 2 items on that work session, and they're not heavy items. And I think actually 1, because I don't think we have the CPSM draft for you yet.
Okay, and the date of Wednesday of next week is
May 5th.
The 5th.
So Chris, are you saying don't even have the Monday meeting?
Yes. If you punt, yeah, don't do a Monday and a Wednesday. Let's just do it 1 week. And I know that's hard because we typically stick to Mondays. I apologize. I will be in Washington, D.C. next Monday.
Is Andy gonna be here?
Andy will be here.
So why can't we do it anyway on Monday?
It's only 10 o'clock. We can spend a half hour.
All right, why don't we go ahead, and I'll recognize any council who want to address the sort of the timing issue. I say Council Members Neese up first, and Councilor Trickey and Boyette.
I say take a break and move forward tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Trickey?
I'm fine with spending another hour on this.
You're good for another hour on this. Councilmember Boyette gives thumbs up. Councilmember Joy, anybody like to argue otherwise? Okay, I'm not seeing any of that, so.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I ask you one thing before you adjourn the meeting to the next meeting?
Yes, go ahead.
Not related to this, I did hear during the meeting about a legislative piece coming this Wednesday, so I'll keep it to about 60 seconds. House Bill 632, that's the massive bill with federal funding. Senator Hertz will be making an amendment to that bill that will prevent, and I could read it to you, the amendment was that governing bodies of the state, county, municipality may not spend funds received pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act or provide compensation in any manner to directly or indirectly influence or attempt to influence the outcome of any legislation pending in the legislature. So essentially, it removes, unless asked to come make public comment, no lobbying by any staff. You elected officials can come and be heard. And I'll spare you that there's 5 different subcategories, but I will tell you it's got the league, MACO, and a lot of people around the state very fired up about this notion that we would be locked out of the discussion, with the exception of you elected officials will be the only ones essentially invited to speak on legislative issues for their debate. So just an awareness, it's this Wednesday is apparently when this amendment's going to be added to House Bill 632.
Okay, thank you. It's 10:03. Let's start before 10:10 and keep our discussion to and presentation to an hour or less. We are adjourned.
Believe that the Andante second movement was inspired by a religious procession that Mendelssohn witnessed in Rome. An elegant minuet forms the third movement, while the finale contrasts two folk dances of southern Italy, the saltarello and